February is like no other month in your life. I've called this the most important transit in your life because Saturn and Neptune are meeting at 0 degrees Aries, the beginning of everything. As I said, this is the start of building new civilizations in the world and new civilizations in your personal life. You'd create a new, not chapter, a new book for yourself. Saturn and Neptune never again will meet in your life in Aries. They will meet another time together in 36 years from now, but never again in the same area of your life, the area which is Aries of totally new beginnings. The last time they met in Aries was 1917, the year 1702. So no one's ever experienced it. And it will definitely be a new old karma finishing, old karma that started 36 years ago for you and for the world collectively. All the whole world will politically, economically reshape itself starting from this month. And in your personal life, guys, there will be such a shift. I just want you to see how important this month is. It's not only the Neptune Saturn conjunction. This is my calendar for 2026. If you want to own it, it's interactive. You click on everything and you see what it says. It's only $20, 150 pages. I write it every year. There is also solar eclipse in Aquarius. Wow. So we have Saturn Neptune conjunction on the 20th, solar eclipse in Aquarius. Eclipses are fated events that realign us on the path, but always bring like sometimes very surprising fast events, unexpected. And the solar eclipse is of the same series that happened in 2008, 2009. When I click on it, it gives you the text. Uh, and it's what happened then. We had the economic crisis that happened in 2008 with the eclipses in Aquarius with the North Node. So even if it's not an economic crisis, now the next 2 years, because we'll have other eclipses in Aquarius in 2027 as well, there'll be a big change of the whole financial system. Reimagining it, very fast changes, whether we go into crypto or to digital currencies, and the old kind of system collapses, and there might be sudden rise in some stocks from February, huge rise, maybe the more electronic biohacking Aquarian types, and huge fall of other ones. So there'll be instability in the stock markets and so on. It will be crazy, and also eclipse in Aquarius brings very fast changes. And Aquarius countries are the countries ruled, the northern countries, like the Scandinavian, like Russia. Watch out, those countries. Greenland, the very cold countries, Aquarius ruled. Russia is under Aquarius. The big events in February will happen around those countries. Watch them. We see already such trends anyway. And we have another two big events. Venus goes visible. You can see what it reads here in my calendar. Going back, it's wonderful time. The birth of Venus is one of the most beautiful events in astrologically that can happen. It happens once every 2 years, every 18 months. So it's the birth of Venus. It's wonderful, and it will become visible in Aquarius. We'll see how it will affect each of you. Aquarius will benefit the most, but each sign, each ascendant or moon or ascendant sign, sun sign will really benefit. It's a blessing when Venus is born. We'll see. I'll tell you how it's gonna bless you. Mercury becomes visible. Fantastic time for 20 days to do till around until Mercury goes invisible and retrograde. So till around the, let's say, 22nd, fantastic time to start business activities, marketing, media content, uh, anything to do with writing, speaking, meetings. Do that when Mercury is visible. But then at the end of the month, stop that. Mercury retrograde invisible, be more cautious. And of course, we have Saturn in Aries. Huge, huge event. Here it is. I'm showing you a little bit. You can read, you can stop it, or you can just get the calendar. I'll put the link below for it. Or I also have a course on Saturn in Aries that I made last year. It's 3 hours. How will Saturn in Aries for the next 2 years, for example, Cancers will be squared. Libras will be opposed. Aquarians will be sextiles. So each sign will be affected in some way. And if you have a planet maybe in Capricorn, You have maybe Moon in Capricorn, Saturn square from Aries. What does it mean? I cover absolutely every possible aspect of Saturn transiting through Aries, how it's going to affect you. It's only, again, discounted at half price. Or Neptune in Aries. I've released it. I have 5 hours on that, how it's going to affect you over the next 14 years. Maybe you're Leo, Neptune will trine you. Maybe you have Moon in, uh, I don't know, in Gemini, sextile, Neptune will sextile you, and exactly which year and what you can expect. So very, very amazing content for just $20 if you'd like to own it. But anyway, coming back to this month, Eclipse season begins. Wow, in Aquarius, and the epochal Saturn conjunct Neptune. I made a whole video on that if you want to watch it. So fascinating stuff. Let's cover each of the 12 signs. Or also, I'm starting a course from March. Again, I want new beginnings. The Saturn Neptune conjunction is in my third house of teaching and on progressions. If you want to learn progressions, it will be 3 months. I do a long-term course once every 3 years only. 3 months, 5 hours per week, and we'll map out the future. This course will show you how to read the whole 80, 90 years of your life. And when the biggest events will happen, you don't need to know much astrology, just the basics. What the planets, what the signs. I will teach you from the start. So now let's dive to the biggest developments of Saturn conjunct Neptune and the eclipse. Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising. What can I say? Saturn is moving into our sign, whether your Sun is there, Moon, or Ascendant. We will be tested first in the next 2 years if we're worthy and given a powerful new mission. Uh, Within the next 2 years, it will happen with Saturn there. And the big event in February is that Saturn is moving there, but it's also starting the epochal Saturn-Neptune new cycle of 36 years at 0 degrees Aries. So Aries at the cutting, leading edge of this new envisioning of the world. Many Aries people, whether it's your ascendant, especially Sun, maybe even Moon, might be called to play some important role in the new civilization that's going to be built over the next 36 years. In the new way society will be, because the Saturn Neptune cycles, they build new geopolitical, psychological, and cultural epochs for us. The last one is finished in Capricorn. We had it for 36 years. And now Aries are called to kind of be the visionaries, to take the lead. Maybe not immediately from February. As I said, we have 36 years to unfold this. But know that there is almost like a karmic role. Both Neptune and Saturn are very karmic planets uh, that are beyond our, especially Neptune. It's something that is given to us from Saturn is the ancestors, Neptune is the invisible world. It's like a mission to us from from the soul level, let's say. And it's not going to be easy thing. And many areas might be called to an important role in the immediate environment, in their family, or in the bigger collective as a social role over the next 36 years. But it's beginning now. And especially the next 2 years with Saturn in your sign will show you the new direction that you're going to take. As I said, there might be some kind of a testing initially. Are you worthy? Are you committed? Uh, are you tough enough? Are you moral enough for that? So you really, I tell Aries people, anyone with Sun, Moon, or Rising, you have to be at your best behavior for the next 2 years. Can be very cruel in Aries if you don't follow the rules of Saturn, which is abide by the law. Of course, Aries likes to break the rules a little bit. It's innovator, but try to do it the lawful way. uh, don't abuse any kind of power you have, because Saturn, again, there will be very strong consequences. Be moral. Saturn's highest vibration is morality. It's doing things according to divine laws and earthly laws. Divine laws are don't lie, don't steal, don't, try to be morally more elevated, and you can be given incredible mission ahead in for the future as an Aries. uh, like divinely inspired. But the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in your sign in the first house means powerful new beginnings for Aries. If it's your Aries rising or sun, it's very likely to be some new role you're gonna play in your personal life or for society. It can be a new career direction over the next 2 years that can crystallize for you different, new mission that God dispatches to you, or even heavier responsibilities in a direction you've already chosen, but again with more bigger influence collectively, because Neptune is involved there as well. And Neptune is the ability to envision, to ideal, something ideal. And Saturn is, of course, to manifest it materially. So you have an option, you have an opportunity, rarely, never again in your life, that in the next 36 years, starting from now, you can create a better version of yourself. With the sun, it's in regards to your mission in life, your career. With the ascendant, it's in regards to your health, lifestyle, direction in life, how you present to society. With the moon, it's in your personal life, totally brand new beginning. But you have to put efforts, because Saturn does not give anything fall into your lap. Ideas might appear, possibilities, but you need to not sprint towards them. It's going to be slow advance. Again, it's a very long cycle and it's initiated by Saturn. So slowly chipping away for years ahead towards that goal. But now you're going to, from this year, 2026, you're going to see what the direction is. And you're going to see the new kind of mission that universe is giving you. Yeah, so you have an opportunity to envision and to manifest a different version of yourself, of your private life, if it's your moon, of your mental health, if it's your moon, of your relationships, if it's your moon, if it's your ascendant, in your whole personality and direction in life, if it's your sun, your career, not immediately from February. Maybe ideas will come, but over the next 2 years when Saturn transits, and every time planet moves through Aries, it will activate this new mission for you, moving a little bit further. Maybe, when Mercury moves for 15 days, you'll be more focused. Then Mars moves for 2 months. And this is 36 years. Every time something moves from Aries, will activate this new mission, especially the beginning years when it's beginning this new mission. So yeah, Aries, there will be huge activation you start feeling from April, March, when planets move into Aries as well. So you'll see that. But now the seeds are being planted. And with big responsibilities, with big opportunities and mission that the universe can give you, your higher self, also comes big tests and big responsibilities. So you have to be willing to take responsibility, to do things morally, never to try and take, especially in the next 2 years, shortcuts. No shortcuts. Do it the hard way, but the tested and tried way. This is Saturn. Yes, you can do innovations. You can bring your brilliant mind, which whoever has Aries, this is the mind of the innovator, originality. You can bring it, but you need to, you cannot rush. As Aries, we like to rush. Saturn will slap us. It's about slowing down and doing it perfectly without rushing, learning to check over and over, and then we'll be rewarded. Saturn over the next 2 years can reward many areas with peak performance, peak positions, more authority, more kind of being on top. Or if immature areas, many areas are immature, they're the ones that mature the latest. They're teenagers still in their 40s. I've never seen a sign not learn from their mistakes. So it's like areas, they keep, like impetuous teenager spirit in them, which also keeps them young. But now this kind of impetuousness, Saturn will be, like you have to rein in your wild side and your lower impulses. That's what Saturn demands. That you're more self-controlled, more mature, more responsible, that you do the difficult things required from you, that maybe you get serious, you work on yourself, you eliminate wasteful and energy-losing habits, eliminate bad habits, and build something slowly, gradually. That's what's required from you. Be serious, be responsible, take on new responsibilities. Someone will be building families, someone will be building businesses if you're Aries, someone will be building their body and health. Someone will be building a new identities, new roles in life. It's very hard starting anything new, but the universe says, Aries, that's what's required for you for the next 2 years, a reset and re-envisioning your life and applying yourself to it. For young people, it sounds okay, more exciting. For older people, it's like, I don't want to re-envision my life at 70, but at least maybe lifestyle change, health style changes. Something will happen, You cannot pass without anything, no matter what age you are. But of course, people that are more patient, people that know how to build things, usually people that know who build, maybe they build businesses, so they've been responsible. They'll pass through this transit for the next 2, 3 years much easier. Or people who learned bodybuilders, so sports people, they naturally know how to be patient, how to show up consistently and daily. They'll pass much easier through those transits. Again, they'll have to re-envision their life and start something new if they're Aries. But it will happen in a way that they're prepared psychologically. And I would advise all Aries, start some maybe weightlifting, walking every day, but consistently 4 or 5 times per week. This is what Saturn teaches with Neptune in Aries. This will help you with whatever new role the universe has prepared for you, that you're consistent in going in that direction. All right. The other big event is that we have an eclipse in Aquarius in your 11th house, Aries. The first in 18 years, eclipses in Aquarius, 17 years, 18, with the North Node. It's a new moon eclipse, sun and moon getting together. The North Node is in Pisces, but it's causing the eclipse. And there'll be 2, 3 more eclipses there, a couple at least more in Aquarius over the next couple of years. But this is the beginning. And especially the a bit later degrees Aries will feel this, 25 to 30, because the eclipse is at 28 Aquarius. This opens a new opportunities for you that will unfold for the next 1, 2 years, a new social circle around your 11th houses. Who is your friends? Who do you know? What groups do you belong to? What forums and social media groups do you belong to? It will open maybe excitement in such direction, opportunities that come to you through new people that you meet, through expanding your social circle, and participating in group activities. So maybe starting some project with like-minded people or friends or acquaintances from your network, some project or big project. It's not going to be small. It's going to be something bigger. It's going to be something that it's now 11th house is long-term goals, dreams. So, but it's not about only doing it, and Saturn-Neptune conjunction in your first house says new beginnings for you. You take in initiative and leadership, and the 11th house there, but you need also your gang, or you need your team, or you need to join forces with others who are like-minded. This is the 11th house, and the universe will allow this for you. But of course, there can be some sudden changes in your friendships, sudden shocks with friendships, and suddenly people appearing wanting to contact you, or you wanting to contact. This is one of the sides of the 11th house. 11th house is also social economic projects and goals, like starting a business project, starting some project. Well, actually, that's what I'm doing from February. With 2 of my friends, we're developing certain different projects. We'll be doing very interesting astrological things that are tangible. So that's wow, that corresponds already when I think about it. So yeah, some project connected to money, connected to social standing, connected to goals, social and economic goals, maybe joining forces to make something bigger. Maybe getting more opening interest towards world events and affairs. This is the 11th house. Maybe some kind of a surprise and new beginnings in your gains and earnings that will unfold while the eclipses in Aquarius are for the next year and a half. And by the way, Venus and Mercury also become visible from the beginning of the month in Aquarius. So this 11th house, very good. Venus being born, Mercury being born in your 11th house from the first 2 weeks, especially in February. Be social, connect with people. If you get invited to events, go, because something can be born there, something that's beneficial. Venus, that new friendships as well. Uh, be where there's more people, or get involved in some participation in some kind of economic, like for example, 11th house can be income. So joining DoorDash or joining a company online that you can contribute in some way with, to increase income, for example, or where with others people. Like I'm giving example, DoorDash and Uber, but there are others ones as well that uh, it can be good time to initiate something in that direction, to join where there's lots of people in some way towards a mutual goal. Um, yes, so yeah, dream big with this 11th house activation, planets becoming visible there, eclipse, which is powerful, new beginnings. Dream big. Maybe you can even meet people that are, beneficial, benefactors, they're called, or sometimes people in power, people that have influence that can help you towards, lead you towards your goals in some way over the next, especially after this eclipse, 6 months. It's active for 6 months, so stay open for that. um, and new opportunities or directions connected to social and economic gains, and friendships and so on. So this is the house of gains, of rewards, so it's interesting. And at the end of the month, towards the 26th, we have Mercury going retrograde in Pisces in your 12th house. It's the last 10 days of the month. Start being careful not to make mistakes, to miscommunicate to someone, to say something that turns into a gossip, 12 houses behind your back. So try not to gossip about others. So there can be misplacement of items, of passwords, of keys, of cards, of, Mercury rules, all those things. You can be a bit more absent-minded, let's say, because Mercury becomes invisible from the end of the month, from the 24th, 25th, in Pisces, where it's already absent-minded, misses details, and it becomes retrograde. So the end of the month, maybe even for trips, or yeah, I can get a bit more lost. It's easier, more forgetful, miscommunications, misplacing things, laptops, and kind of communication devices. Just be more careful with them. There might be the need to revise something from the past, or revisit a faraway country that you've been to before towards March, when Mercury is retrograde, but somewhere you've been before, because 12 houses, foreign countries, or kind of correct something, edit, fix, But otherwise, a lot of the month is about new beginnings. So Aries, probably the most important, very important month for you because of the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. So yes, big responsibilities on your shoulders is coming, big shoes to fill in. The universe is expecting you to fill very big shoes ahead. And a lot is expected from us, but I have trust in you, or just like a new direction in your life, in some way to change your life. And to do it consistently for the next 2 years. So yeah, thank you so much. If you want to read, to get more about Saturn in Aries and Neptune in Aries, check out my webinar, Saturn and Neptune in Aries. They're only $20 each. I speak about in detail how it's going to affect you, whether it's your sun or moon or ascendant in Aries, what exactly to expect. Or if you want to join me for a much longer course, the next one is starting in March, about progressions, how to predict the future. I mostly use progressions and transits. I'm not going to do such big course of 3-4 months again for 2-3 years. Probably it's very rare that I do those. I pour my soul and everything, and they're very practical, very fun, lots of stories covering absolutely all possible positions. Join me if you're interested to learn astrology with me. Thank you. Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, February 2026. Taurus, there is a big party at the top of your horoscope. Here you are, whether it's your Sun, Moon, or Ascendant. Oh, so many planets are gathering in your 10th house for a big part of the month, actually, from the beginning of the month. the first 14 days, especially February, Venus and Mercury time, because they are becoming visible. Venus was invisible for 40 days almost. It's Venus is being born in your 10th house. So is Mercury. Mercury is visible very rarely for like 2, 3 weeks, once every 3 months or something like that. So very rare. So it can be new beginnings in your career. And not only that, there is an eclipse in your 10th house on the 17th. So this whole month is under the influence of eclipse. What is eclipse? Sun, moon joining together, new beginnings with the North Node. So it's like a new moon on steroids, as they call it. And Venus and Mercury being born there, starting a new cycle. So many new beginnings in this 10th house. What is that? This can be your social standing, new direction in your life in regards to a role you can play in society, how you contribute to society. For some, it can be a new job. For some, it can be a new boss. 10th house is boss. For some, can be some very changed circumstances in their life, but new ones that change their social status in some ways, change their social position. Sometimes it's marriage, sometimes it's, like from single to married, from married to single, some new beginnings there. How society sees you as, if they saw you till like married till now and suddenly they see you as single, you kind of announce like a new, you can announce like a new social image for the world. Or it can be like a new project starting at your career, new ideas coming in regards to your career that, over the whole of the month. And they can be, because there is an eclipse, and especially careers that the Venus Mercury related, very good in the first 2 weeks. So if you need to start some media project, Mercury, something to do with writing, if you need to do some presentation, to contact people in authority, high standing people, Mercury is to communicate, to contact, to present something. 10th house is authority figure, because Mercury is being born there. Do it to bring out a project, somehow to begin it as well. Or if you want a project to be very visible, because it's in the 10th house, to be very visible to everyone. And it's a business project, marketing project, writing, speaking project. Bring it out now. Make your statement, your claim. Venus careers can be very important, new beginnings for them as well. In fashion, in connected to art, to music, connected to hospitality as well, connected to food industry, luxury industry, sales industries, Mercury and Venus as well. So anything like that, it's good, positive to initiate such in that direction, something new. And maybe ideas will come, or even maybe some shock can be because of the eclipse in the 10th house, suddenly shock, change in your career, shock with a father figure or boss figure. Sometimes it's kind of something very fated. But there is a saying, the ancient Vedic astrology, when there is an eclipse in your 10th house, and I speak here especially from the ascendant, less to a lesser extent from the sun, even the moon, but you can pay attention. One, when there is an eclipse, if your ascendant is Taurus in particular, uh, in the 10th house, one can become like a king. So usually that's a promotion or expanding your business or getting a bigger vision and social influence, getting some new responsibilities. 10th house is also responsibilities. Um, so yeah, you in that direction, or a new chapter in your career life. Some of you it's like retirement, so now I have different relationship to the world and different responsibility to the world. My new relationship will be to be a grandmother, for example. My new responsibility and duty that I contribute, 10th house, can be becoming a grandparent, or for someone is starting a new career, for someone is new project, for someone is taking responsibility about something in their vicinity in some way, but or maybe a big change, as I said, with father figure, with parental is the axis of parents as well. But yeah, for Venus being born there, Mercury being born, it usually tends to be something good connected with your social status, and it activates you. 10th house, even if you're not career person, then if you are great, do things now, this month, very important. Maybe not exactly on the eclipse on the 17th, kind of. But Venus being born there, Mercury being born, things will go on top of each other, wave after wave. You have to grab this wave. Mars is there as well. Um, and so somehow your 10th house is also actions, the actions we do. And when it's there, they can be, your actions become more visible to others. You have more impact on others. You see on top of the chart. Or maybe some powerful, strong person enters your life, new beginnings through people in power that enter your life, people with more authority, with more experience enter. Maybe someone elderly or more higher status can enter your life and be important somehow for you. Or your own actions, like it activates you to be more active. Even if you're a stay-at-home person, you're retired, whatever, that you'll be busier for some reason to get things down, more organized. And house is very supervising, organized energy, and so on. So yeah, if you want to find a new job, good month this, to apply. Then the other big event, guys, is the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in which is last happened in 1920, in 1989, and now a new cycle is starting. This time they meet in your 12th house and will impact it for the next 36 years. 36 years. So they're the builders of new civilizations. I call it Saturn Neptune conjunction. So Neptune is to envision something, to download ideas, to envision, and Saturn is to build it. And for some of you might be exploring really the subconscious for many years. It's like a constant background, like theme that will go for many years. Some of you, will mature into it, others will die into it. I mean, not from it, but into this theme of developing the subconscious, of this theme of exploring your subconscious. I just came out of 36-year cycle of Saturn and Neptune conjunct in my 12th house because I'm Aquarius rising. It happened in my 12th house. Believe me, there is more loneliness and aloneness through that, but you crave it, you need it, and you become very deep and profound because you stay with your thoughts and you analyze and you go deep. 12th house is very house that of deep contemplation. If you're at that vibration, otherwise the house of addiction, isolation, and loneliness. And I mean, I went through that as well in my more immature years. I went through that very deep karmic lesson, Saturn and Neptune, for many years cycle, about 12 house, overcoming addiction, um, living abroad. Some of you can start a chapter of long periods of being connected to foreign people, faraway countries in some way. Even though now I live back in my country, I'm deeply continue to be connected to foreign countries. But during my Saturn Neptune in the last 36 years, 25, 26 of them I lived abroad. So you would have to explore, and you can almost like karmically predetermine. Some of you Tauruses will have, especially the Taurus rising people. Again, rising is very strong prediction. Moon, Sun to 25%, maybe less. Uh, they can have some interactions or mission or karmic need to build something abroad or to connect with people, to explore the subconscious, or to work in fields of hospitals, mental hospitals, spirituality, healing. These are 12th house, maybe a new mission to kind of build civilizations, but I mean metaphorically, to almost like a karmic imperative for me, it was to be far away countries and work in spiritual fields and explore spirituality and psychological work. Shadow work is the 12th house as well. So maybe a mission as a psychologist for some of you, as a healer, as a retreat owner, as a hotel owner. 11th house is 12th house is hotels, retreats, anything where a person can, is far away from home and it's a bit in isolation, but also in an unknown place. Hospitals, prisons, mission, maybe in such places for some of you. Or kind of like charity work and contributing to the collective, to those in need. 12 houses, maybe some of you will be given mission to really help those that can't take care of themselves, because 12 house is very vulnerable. The little children, the elderly people, the immigrants, the people that were mental health problems, the very poor, like, some of you might have a mission uh, to help such people. And that's the highest manifestation, to create something very powerful, meaningful over. Maybe not in February. You're not gonna like suddenly, oh, I work in a hair beauty salon and suddenly I'll save the world. 36 years, but it's beginning now gradually in this direction. Maybe in 7 years from now, you'd get the idea. 7 years from now, you'll get the first opportunity to do it. 7 years from now, you'll get the first possibly results of it. It's not over, they think, but you can start it from now. And it's some kind of a, almost like karmic imperative connected to the subconscious, to healing others, to giving back to others, to helping those in need, or exploring your subconscious, your shadow side, mystical studies, connection to God, like to build a stronger connection to God in the invisible worlds. Maybe that requires more isolation, more alone time, and don't think you'll be lonely constantly for 36 years. It's more like a background tune that you stop hearing uh, eventually, but you kind of, it's always leading you in some way. Then also the 12th house is connected to, as I said, addictions we mentioned, foreign countries. So some of you might be building empires connected, building something and envisioning. Neptune is to have a vision, ideal. Saturn is to manifest it. But also it's about past lives. It might be like you're asked to continue for many years ahead something, a mission that gets activated for you, which you started in a past lifetime. And you have a lot of resources that you are not aware of. 12th house is something behind us, something that is in our subconscious. Maybe you are not aware that you're an incredible leader, you know. Speaking about Aquarius, Aries, incredible ability to envision and innovate, and those talents that you have from past life that you've developed will you'd unfold them for many years ahead. That you'd surprise yourself that you have these talents. Believe me, with Saturn Neptune, my 12th house, I kept surprising myself for things that I thought I was the worst at, that I hated. I thought I hated. I turned out I have a natural talent for them. Like for me, it was being a business owner, being organized, being structured. I'm like, no, no, this I'm worse at. It turned out I'm an incredible leader. It was Capricorn for me, leadership. Again, Aries is also connected to leadership. Strength, maybe you discover you're a natural athlete, very sporty, but something that you did in a past life, or that your ancestors, 12 houses also ancestors, almost like forces beyond your control will push you in the direction you have to. It's not going to be even for many of your conscious decisions. That's it. From today, I'll do this. 12 house is like, I want to go in this direction, but all the universe is like something beyond my ability to control it is pushing me in some other direction. And you have to learn to relax into it and to trust it. It's 36 years, guys. And I can tell you the last 36 years, it's like my life was, I don't remember being in a different way. It's like I was fulfilling the desire of some other force beyond me. Was it God? Was it ancestors? Was it higher self? 12 houses connected to all these things. Like things I wanted. I had a very different plan for my life. But I wanted to be a wife, a stay-at-home mom, and kind of stuff. Uh, I was became an astrologer and business owner, working with people from all over the world, internationally traveling and so on. It was very different mission that I was forced into. I resisted till the last day. I didn't want to do astrology because I was like, I'm not good at this. I'm not mystical. I'm not, how. Uh, uh, Turned out I am. So this conjunction of Saturn, Neptune in your 12th house will be surprising you a lot for years ahead, with resources that you didn't, and talents that you didn't know you had, that were buried. Things that you thought you hated will turn out you're brilliant at them. Very good. Or with surprises, and a lot of kind of like from out of your blind spot, things coming at you and directing you. It's kind of life will be, you know, you might not even know where you're going all the time because it's this blind house, the 12th house, but somehow everything will be arranged from above. So you have to learn to relax into that. What I learned for those 36 years of Saturn, well, I don't remember what life was before that. to let go and let God, to trust God. I mean, try. Aries is there. You have to make the efforts, whatever you're doing right now, to do it the best way possible, but to learn to trust that there is usually especially for you, Taurus, the universe will have a plan that is something you were possibly not aware of, and not that you have this plan for yourself. And it can contribute a lot to the bigger collective, is 12th house. So learn to relax into those roles and those moments, even if they're moments of loneliness and being put 12 houses like in isolation or withdrawing and unclear where you're heading. Believe me, it will take you where you're supposed to be. I just came out from the same. So I don't know. For the first time, I'll see what it is to live life more on my own terms, or rather than it's, you know, where the universe directs me. But for you, you're just starting that, and there might be some beautiful big mission for you. As I said, the conjunction Saturn and Neptune is happening where there is all those planets in your 10th house. So I think you need to trust the bigger process, a role that you have to play. Uh, Even though you might not be aware of it, it might be something very hidden from you, but that will be important in some way. So there you go. And Mercury goes retrograde in your 11th house towards the 26th. So the first 2 weeks are very good for Mercury. It's visible, strong. But then especially the last 7 days, Mercury becomes invisible, retrograde, and it's in Pisces there. When Mercury is kind of very dreamy, very artistic, creative. So it's kind of leave the last 10 days for more creative things, for more rather than details. Do the details the first 2 weeks. And Mercury goes retrograde in your 11th house. So maybe there can be something to do with friends, with colleagues, with other people. 11th house is connected to society, to friends, like-minded people, clients. That goes a little bit like topsy-turvy, or some miscommunication, or something that you need to correct, or something that you get in touch with friends you haven't been in touch with. You might get a bit emotional and emotionally kind of reactive in communicating with others or in business activities. So especially if you need some more business detail oriented stuff, the last week is not the best. Maybe it will need corrections through March. Some mistakes we've made. But still, it's good aspect towards you. Maybe getting in touch with people from friends from the past, maybe some working on some long-term goal or project that you have to correct, redo something there as well, or some miscommunication you have to correct with others. 11th house is your audience, the public, if you have clients, maybe getting in touch with clients you haven't been in touch with, or your social network from before. Someone can get in touch with you with something, with some suggestion, I don't know. So yeah, there you go, Taurus. But as I said, the big event is the eclipse in your 10th house. We talked a lot about it, and Saturn and Neptune, and you have to learn that there's forces, maybe your ancestors or invisible beyond you, that might be influencing your life a lot more stronger. Sometimes you might feel like you don't have control of stuff. And I know for Earth sign that is not very, it might be a bit distressing. uh, it's not. It becomes magical when you learn to lead into it, because every time you do your best and you're moral. I mean, if you're an immoral 12th house Saturn Neptune conjunction, that can be a path of crime. 12th house is on the lower vibration, is deception, delusion, crime, prisons, hospitals. But if you've been your highest possible self, and if you continue and try to be good and try to follow divine, not break divine and human laws and karmic laws, and we all know them: don't steal, don't lie, don't hurt others, don't cheat and such stuff. Then this 12th house is the most blessed you can have, because like by magic things, the kingdom that's built, it happens by magic, by divine direction from above. Forces, angels, like I feel like angels have been pushing me in the direction I couldn't have even envisioned the life I have now, that Saturn Neptune in my 12th house helped me create. You just need to trust it. And by the way, if you'd like to learn how to do prediction for the future. The best method that I use is progressions. I rarely do long-term courses astrologically. This will be 3 to 4 months. Last time was 3 years ago. Once every 3 years, I do a big course. It will be 3 months, once per week, 4 or 5 hours with many stories. Astrology becomes alive. I love bringing it alive with stories, with examples. So how to predict and map out your life till 90 with progressions, it's incredible. It shows you your life story there. So join me if you want. There is a discount for early bird. It's only 299 for more than 60 hours of webinars. Thank you. Gemini Sun Moon Rising, February 2026. Gemini, look at this party here in your ninth house, the luckiest house, the most positive house. So many planets are activating it in February. And from the beginning of February, Venus and Mercury are being born in your ninth house. So your luck will be reborn. Or maybe if you've never had luck, there'll be the birth of new luck for you. It's rare. Venus has been invisible for 40 days, Mercury for a month or longer. And now Venus is becoming the birth of Venus. There is even paintings, Aphrodite being born from the seashell. Well, that's exactly what artists were depicting. The birth of Venus is one of the most beautiful moments in occult esoteric Christianity, which is also uses astrology. The most beautiful moment is the birth of Venus, so the rise of Venus, which is happening in the luckiest house for you, the rise of the sun every morning, and the rise of Sirius, which happens once per year. And so, very auspicious moment. So, what can you give birth to now? Especially the first 2 weeks of February. It's in your ninth house, Mercury is becoming born. So, it can be the birth of new direction and vision for your life. And by the way, another new cycle starts in your ninth house, which is eclipse in your ninth house. The sun and moon join together, mother father energy joining exactly on top of each other. It's total conception. Watch as an eclipse. Eclipse is the sun and moon exactly in front of each other. This is, it's God and Goddess coming together to create new life. Uh, and it's again, and Venus is being born there, Mercury is being born. Uh, so new beginnings there. In your ninth house, the luckiest house again. So this month, the first 20 days, or even 6 months ahead after that, because after the eclipse in your ninth house is for 6 months is influence. So what can be born there? For example, the new vision for your future, new plan for your future. Ninth house rules the future. How your 5-year plan or your vision, your highest ideal self as well. You know, self-improvement is the ninth house, to be the best version, the highest version you can. So there is this renewal of the impetus in you to do better, to be more moral, to eliminate weaknesses. The ninth house is the most moral house, where we're a little bit like too righteous, but you have to be now. You really have to align yourself to higher moral values and to decide to add one virtue. The easiest thing is to initiate one virtue into your life. For example, the virtue of telling the truth from now on, or the virtue of uh, being faithful, the virtue of uh, see something that is a weakness of yours, choose the opposite virtue, and dedicate yourself to it. Eclipses have the power to really realign us, reshift us, and eclipse in your ninth house can really redesign your whole future. Reshift, it's like it's a dharmic house. The dharma is what the soul came here to do, what the soul will feel most happy to do. Even if society tells you, no, you're not gonna, oh, don't do that. When you follow your dharma, the thing that truly makes you joyful and happy, your soul, you really get very lucky. Your life becomes lucky. So now you can discover something that gives you purpose and meaning. And but you have also to commit to improve, to adding some virtue, some moral quality towards yourself, to grow some moral quality. Also, you can begin new beginnings in education. Ninth house rules higher studies, learning, universities, taking classes, courses. By the way, I'm starting a course. It's high-end knowledge of anything. I'm starting a course of 3 to 4 months. I rarely do long courses. It's going to be more than 60 hours on progressions, how to predict with progressions. This is my favorite method for prediction. And I will make astrology become alive for you once per week. It's only $300 for early bird people. Usually we're like 200-300 people on the course, but live only 50 come for the live sessions. You can get a recording. So if you want to learn, use that 9th house activation for you. Join me. Again, maybe the next big course I'll do will be in 3 years from now, if God allows. But it's a wonderful time to start studying or teaching. If you have any ambitions or interest towards teaching, spreading knowledge to others, February, fantastic. The birth of Venus and Mercury. Or this eclipse can realign you to decide to pre-qualify, and that you might be doing that for the next 2 years, because there will be more eclipses in your 9th house, which means that the shedding of the old skin and new one, your knowledge, what you study. So you can be teaching or learning something, applying for colleges or universities, or deciding to start on a new path. 9th house is the vision you have for yourself, or improving yourself, starting on a path of self-improvement, a self-help book. Or maybe 9th house is inspirational figures and role models and teachers for us. Maybe a new teacher can appear. If the soul is ready, if the student is ready, the teacher appears. Maybe you watch a video somewhere, read an article, read a book that inspires you to be a better version. It might be like reading Atomic Habits, or reading, or just listening to some. And, constantly we're bombarded on social media by inspirational quotes. And I scroll through them. I say, oh, so true. Like, oh, should do that, should do that. But now, when the 9th house is activated, Gemini, it will hit you. You know it in every cell in your body. It'd be like, oh, I've always known that, but now I know it. And like realization of something. Realization is eureka moment, is the 9th house. Like download, eureka, a deep philosophical transformation or realization. Sudden change of your belief system. Eclipse there can really change your belief systems in some way. That with a new, like you can get fascinated by a teacher, by teaching, by a new ideological, political uh, figure that appears, a new role model, new inspiration, or a proper teacher that you find that is inspirational for you, learning something, all of those things. But that expands horizons, because 9th house is, the more you believe in yourself, the more you believe what's possible in the world, the most you need to feel it in, not just like repeating it in mantras, feel it in your every cell. The bigger your world becomes, the bigger your life, the bigger your ability, what you can manifest. So this is the transformation that all those planets are making your 9th house, opening up your horizons. And plus, it's very hopeful house to have hope for the future, a new, to wake up with meaning and purpose. If you haven't had that, possibly now in February, this can be activation of some new meaning and purpose for your life. Something that there's reason to be better, there's reason to be on earth, to improve yourself, to keep going. 9th house can mean also new beginnings with Venus and Mercury in a foreign country, a trip to a foreign country that opens up some opportunities, or some mental, breaks down some mental prisons of yours, open up your consciousness. Or maybe meeting a foreigner or person from a 9th house is not just foreign countries or faraway places, or trips. You don't even have to trip somewhere or go somewhere. 9th house is like a mental trips. I mean, um, it's, or possibly even people from higher social standing is the 9th house, more erudite, or like teachers to you, or people that you look up to, or people from a very different cultural background, social, usually higher, in more esteemed positions and so on, that they have, because it's the best house, house of good luck, divine blessings. Like someone like that can reach out to you, you can reach out to them, help you into the direction you want. Or you can just get more clarity about the path and the next step and the direction you want to go. And you can feel more aligned. The 9th house is the most aligned, where we're in flow. You can unlock something. Some of you can unlock spiritual awakenings. Who knows? Others can unlock just the feeling of being in flow, being at the right place at the right time. I would really advise, if you can study something, if you can travel, yes, do it. If not, study, learn. You'd come across something that inspires you, that brings a new vision for you. Of course, on a more material level, this is either about higher education, this is about teaching and learning something, even if you don't go to colleges, universities. I've never been to one, but I always find teachers for me are figures on YouTube, teachers for you are even friends in my life that teach me things that inspire me. Reading books, I find teachers they a lot through reading books and so on. So it's kind of more sacred energy that's created around you this month. And it's easier to communicate with your higher self. Ninth house is the house that God communicates with us through, is the house of God, and sends us symbolical signs. So ninth house also rules dreams, prophetic dreams. You can have a dream where you dream the future with eclipses there, the birth of Venus, Mercury, Mars there. You can have a dream or someone that a counselor or advisor or someone you look up to that appears in your life and tells you something that shows you the future in some way, or even speaking with a psychic or astrologer who points to you the future. These are teachers, these are guides, the ninth house. Connecting with such, I think it will be very fated moment for some of you to get the guidance, especially if you're not clear where you're headed. Or might be just in a conversation with a friend, you're walking and they say something and things click for you. This eureka moment that I talked about. And you're like, I'm going to do that. This is really great idea. Some direction. You might not start it immediately, but there will be some clarity and direction that sooner or later you come back to, or maybe start immediately for some of you. So this instructions, it's as if you were walking now through the forest, but now you have a map, or you've raised up, then you see where exactly you're gonna head. So that gives a great sense of meaning and relief. As I said, messages from above. You might see symbols, signs, even in dreams, or someone kind of very synchronistically coming and you've been thinking about something. Should I do it? Should I not? And they come and they tell you, they mention the exact words or something you were thinking about. This is what we call synchronicity, these magical things that you feel aligned, more possible with all these ninth house activations. Of course, there can be some existential crisis with eclipse in your ninth house of your belief system being shaken and broken, and in some way, ninth house is father figures as well. Or maybe like deciding you're not going to study this anymore and switching to another field of interest. That can be a bit of a shakeup as well, some big events there, but it's usually a lucky house. And for a little bit, the future might be unclear, but then, it will be, you'd quickly realign yourself. So that's it about this ninth house. A lot of things there, or just being in this higher mind of some sort. um, Now, the other big event, Gemini, is that Saturn and Neptune are joining. Last time this happened 36 years ago, once in a lifetime, twice in a lifetime. Depends how long you live. This conjunction happens. And actually, for you, the last conjunction of Saturn and Neptune, which started in 1989, 1990, was in your 11, the 12th, 8th house, which is kind of heavy energy, even though it wasn't constantly that, but it was like this background uh, noise or background energy that you constantly had. Some of you were even born like, in the 90s after this conjunction. So they were born into this conjunction, born into having to experience this eighth house. And eighth house is about a lot of reversals. It's almost like karmic lesson of 36 years of reversals, of emotional strength. How does one become emotionally strong and resilient? By a lot of vicissitudes, by crisis in life, by traumas. Eighth house rules all of those things. So a lot of deep psychological digging and research and looking and psychological, almost like Gemini, which is this breezy light energy, as a background noise, as a background theme. They had much deeper lessons to learn, much more intense. They have to become much more profound than normal and do some karmic cleansing. Eighth house is the house of cleansing. But now this heavier energy ends, and the new conjunction will be in one of the luckiest houses. The 11th house is considered with the 11th house is more like on the material level lucky. So, much the Saturn Neptune conjunction, much more aligned to your energy, much more aligned to who you are. Instead of being in the eighth house, which was for the last 36 years, which is reversals, traumas, shocks, sometimes like developing mental resilience, working on your shadow, working on a lot of subconscious deep topics. Now you can take this experience, what you've learned of this eighth house. And now you can what do with it for the next 36 years? If God gives you that much, hopefully, I wish for you even another 36 after that. Take this experience, mental resilience, psychological resilience of the eighth house, profoundness, depth, understanding of the subconscious and motivations of others, and apply it to 11th house, which is great. 11th house is dreams and wishes. It's about gains. It's about contributing to society. It's about transforming society or helping Saturn and Neptune, civilization builders together. The Neptune envisions, Saturn builds. So maybe it will appear from February, maybe not immediately, but you have 36 years to fulfill that. A new mission for you where you contribute to the world, to society with this 11th house, with big projects, or where you join forces in community or with like-minded people or with colleagues. 11th house rules all of those, to make some big project, to maybe you join organizations or groups or movements of like-minded people, people with some ideal, and build towards it. Neptune is ideal. Aries is action, build towards it. So you're going to be able to build a society. You'll be one of the biggest contributors over the next 36 years to the type of society we're going to have, the new civilizations that's being born. And you might play some socially important role in a group of people. And even if you're like late in age, doesn't matter. Somehow you even if you're in your 80s, I don't know, you might become more socially influential. More people around you to listen to your wisdom, this hard-earned wisdom of the eighth house that you're coming out of. More people to new group friends, new group of social environment. Maybe your environment will change somehow. I don't know why, but your social and economic circumstances. You can build very different social, the people that you hang out with, your circle, it will change. A new beginnings there. And so will your social and economic position. So maybe if you have, but of course with Saturn, you have to work hard, but some long-term goal and dream you can work towards. And you see the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, it's on the 20th, but it's happening right after the eclipse in your ninth house. So there is like almost this divine providence, the ninth house. You'll be given signs and direction in regards to this new mission. And maybe you have to learn something, to learn some, and connect with people from different faraway places, but you will do this new circle as well. Maybe it will be this new social network will be connected somehow to people from foreign countries or people from higher social or more erudite or people with ideals, the ninth house. Through a teacher, it can help, through some mutual ideals. Or some of you can mean that with Saturn Neptune conjunction in the 11th house that they need to play some important social role, whether in their community or in a bigger or in their friends group or in the job that they work. They might be organizing, like you might say you're a teacher or say you're a laborer, I don't know, whatever it is, you might start organizing something there with people, get involved in some activities together. I said it can be in a very small level, but again, there is this mission that you'll be involved with groups and maybe more interested in politics and what's happening in the world for the next 36 years. It's in your 11th house. It rules what's happening in society. You're interested, you want to know, you want to participate. Also, it's participating in the economy. Even if you've retired, you just become more interested what's happening politically in the world, in movements, or you might even decide to, okay, why not start a business again? Or why not, there will be the appearance, and it's happening already, like where you can, without like Uber, DoorDash, you can just 11 houses gains and income, where opportunities and new direction will appear for you to participate in such kind of non-hierarchical structures. 11th house, like systems, business systems, work systems, uh, the participatory economy, that what we call. And you can get plugged in, or you can be the one creating such, depends which level you are. Some people, not everyone can do huge things, but you might be one creating some big structures and big systems for the new society. If you have this ambition, if you have the strength and the energy, it's very possible. You might be the one shaping the politics of the future, or you might be the one just more interested, more, or just involved, or just kind of somehow over the next 36 years plug into that system that's being created and be very attuned with it. The 11th house is the new innovations in society that's happening, scientific or technological, economic, whatever innovations, everything is changing. You'd be very plugged in to it with the Saturn Neptune conjunction. You'd have your hand on the pulse of society. And you naturally have very youthful energy, even if you're in your 80s and 70s. You always can reawaken the Peter Pan and get involved. For younger people, aim high. I said the same for Aries because they have similar activations, but for you, the ninth and the 11th house is being activated, not just this year. I would say for dream big for yourself. The ninth house is to dream big, what is possible. There'll be a lot of divine help there. The 12th house is, the 11th house is big projects, big things that affect the whole society, or at least 11th house is like new streams of income that you can start working towards, new contacts, new clients, new public, new audience, different than before. But they can be a process of disintegrating of the old friendship groups that you relied on until the new ones appear, of the new social structures that you join. So yeah, you might be called to innovate society in some way. Or at least to innovate your local society in some way, and to gather people around you in some way towards mutual ideas, or to join others with such. Anyway, that's what the big mission you have with Saturn Neptune. Much easier, much more grateful. It's rewards, gains in the 11th house than the 8th house mission you had till now. Thank you very much. You're done with that. So you can organize communities around you for many years ahead. Maybe, as I said, Saturn Neptune unfolds over 36 years. You might get an idea now that you'll create some community, or that you'll create a business that reaches many people. And in 7 years from now, you might have the first opportunity to start working it, or you might start it from now. But maybe in 14 years, you might see the first results. I cannot, or maybe immediately you can start it. I cannot promise you. It's 36 years. When is it going to get activated? I mean, might be 10, 15 years after the conjunction itself, but no, it's in this direction. For me, Saturn Neptune conjunction happened in my 12th house, but only 10 years after that was I able to do the 12th house, faraway countries, foreign places, and addiction. But you have much better things to experience with the Saturn Neptune conjunction than the 8th or 12th house. For you, it's like collectively changing society, big dreams and goals, socio-economic games, participating in the creation of the new economy and society, new friendships, and so on, communities. And let's go back to February, just specifically this ninth house, travel, we talked about it. But the last 10 days, Mercury, from the 26th, Mercury becomes retrograde, but it becomes invisible at the same time, retrograde, and it's in Pisces, in your 10th house. So yeah, the last 10 days, maybe be a bit more cautious with your work, with your career, with your Mercury rules you. So it kind of weakens. So at the beginning, it's very strong, Mercury. It becomes visible the first 2 weeks. But the last 10 days or week, let's say, it can be more frustrating. Your planet goes retrograde. Maybe some things more emotional in Pisces. Maybe correct the need to correct some things in your career, with your work. Maybe everything Mercury retrograde, delays, misplacement, delayed meetings, miscommunications. Be careful with your electronics, with your passwords, with uh, information of any sort, so you don't misplace it or give it in the wrong place. Just be careful overall the last, I'd say, 7 days, even with traveling, or just take a rest, give yourself the last week of February if you can take it easier. Try and finish more important projects before that. Or if something comes up unexpectedly, you have to correct something, you have to change plans, just no, okay, Mercury is retrograde. Be more flexible, which you can, you know how to do. You're Gemini, you're good with that. But yeah, it can just feel more frustrating then, and especially and into March till the 20th of March, just be more careful. Mercury will be retrograde in this 10th house, but you can complete an old career projects, correct it, fix it, improve it. You can correct some things or miscommunications with authority figures or institutions. Be careful for that, but you can hear from institutions or from people in authority that you've written to or connected with the past, and you can hear back from them, or for a job that you've applied maybe months before, and you can hear about that. Or maybe an old project comes, oh, it needs to be corrected, you find some mistakes, or it needs to be upgraded or changed in some way. So you'll be asked to do some decisions, executive decisions, the 10th house, either connected to your career, or if you don't work, connected to responsibilities you have in your life that you need to change, to rearrange, to fix in some way. But nothing out of the blue. Yeah, every day, mundane level, frustrating, but part of life. Mercury goes retrograde 3, 4 times per year. You're used to it. But the big thing is, remember, come save this video and come back to it. Come back to it for years ahead to remind you especially what the Saturn-Neptune conjunction is about, and give you hope. Thank you. And yeah, whoever wants to join me on my webinar, uh, it's not a webinar course, progression starting from the middle of March. There's discounted price now. Or you can get the short course, Saturn in Aries, Neptune in Aries. They're all together 8 hours. It's $20 each. For example, for you to show what Saturn trining you means, sextiling, what Neptune sextiling you means. Or maybe you have Moon in Cancer. What does Neptune square your Moon in Cancer mean? And so on. So thank you so much. Sun, Moon, Rising, February 2026. Cancer, you see this big gathering of planets in your eighth house. Venus, Mercury, the new moon will be there, eclipse actually, and Mars is there. So eighth house doesn't directly aspect you, but it's kind of more profound topics that will interest you now, more deeper, not superficial. You might dig deep into psychological healing, into reading about the subconscious, reading about shadow work. Sometimes it happens spontaneously with such a big activation. The eighth house rules the chakras, and so many planets there can make the chakras spin much faster. The apertures in the body. So sometimes it can be like if they spin too much, very strong emotions, feelings, energies can be felt. It does not feel comfortable always, but it's kind of psychological, emotional. You might feel like, am I going a little bit? It's too intense sometimes. But don't worry, this is this very occult house that is being activated, which is the chakras, the energy sources. So it's kind of like purifying them. When planets activate the eighth house, they start purifying the chakras. So there can be some detox that's happening, a bit of purging, even actual physical, or all that you don't maybe don't eat so much, or that you feel a little bit like you need to expel things from you. Might be good even to start, because it's about new beginnings. All those planets, Venus is born there, Mercury becomes visible, Venus becomes visible. Maybe start a parasite cleanse, detox of something, some regime of detoxing, of resetting of, especially eighth house rules the organs that excrete. So the excretory to empty the bowels, to clean up that area of the body, the sex organs to purify them of lower astral energies. But, it's kind of on the material level, good for purging and cleansing, on starting some transformational new regimes, because eighth house is the house of the biggest transformations, and an eclipse there, and Venus becoming visible in Mercury. Oh. So maybe start, if you have this urge, maybe you have the urge for some other eighth house things, like sex, like new intimate secret relationships. That's another aspect of it that can happen, and they might be fated. When I had eclipses in my eighth house from ascendant, I met my husband. It was the most transformative experience for me. And it's the house of soulmates as well. So, but there's always something a little bit more taboo there, a bit hidden initially, possibly. But also it can be healing. Like some of you who are lucky can have like a sexual experiences that are healing or very deep intimacy experiences that are fated, transformational, exactly at an eclipse. There I met my husband, and it was, and I got pregnant at an eclipse in the eighth house. Eighth house is pregnancy. It's the gate of death and birth. I hope there is no deaths in your life. It's not your death also. I hope, but sometimes with so much planets in the eighth house, the topic of death can be activated. You might be more aware of someone you know, or, just this topic of something suddenly dying, like bankruptcies, ending jobs, sudden stop to something. You know, this reversals in life, these themes. I'm not saying it will happen to you with this eighth house, but the awareness of this, the awareness of if if how ethereal life is, how everything changes. That's why you become more profound, more deep, a little bit more depressed sometimes thinking about those topics. That's why you go deep, and people, when eighth house is activated, start researching life after death, near death experiences, because those topics, especially if there is some big reversals around them in the life of close people around them, they hear uncertainties, because eighth house is the house of big changes, big reversals out of the blue. uh, and people like need to realize life has a meaning, and they start looking into more esoteric occult topics, life after death, psychology, and so on. Very good time as a remedy for this eighth house to just delve into those topics, and the deep psychological motivation, the deep occult topics that are kind of taboo, the creation of the world, and so on. Or just working with a psychologist on your shadow, on your triggers, on your psychological weaknesses. Because eighth house is ultimately about psychological strength, developing psychological resilience and strength in the face of vicissitudes and changes. And so a big psychological breakthrough can happen with an eclipse in your eighth house, suddenly shifting from one state of consciousness, or a disperse, this purging, because the chakras hold on. The chakra centers, when they spin faster, you can disperse a lot of trauma and pain through it. So it can feel a bit volcanic and eruptive, but it's healing, like a healing crisis. There's like maybe a healing trauma, you're purging trauma, you're healing it. There's strong activation there. Or you just feel more emotional, more triggered, more activated. But again, that's intense moments like that. They're like platonic moments. They are, again, they feel intense, but they're, once you pass over it, it subsides and you're reborn brand new. So there is this mini transformation here that's activated in February for you, especially through the eclipse. But what else does Venus and Mercury being born there? It has very good connotations as well. Venus is a very beneficial planet, and it's going to be born in your eighth house. As I said, it can indicate, and with the eclipse, they're fated encounters with intimacy, connected to sexual connection as well. It can be the birth of new beginnings connected to other people's resources. You can suddenly get an opportunity, like a loan that the bank gives you, or your partner starts making more money, new beginnings there that benefits you, or suddenly your client's money, your eighth house kind of, there is some change and uh, the birth of opportunity to receive more of your clients' money or support through others, or it can be even psychological, emotional, not just financial resources that come through others, but psychological resources help. So ask for help from others and you'll receive it. Especially the first 2 weeks. Venus is born in this eighth house. You can receive, you know, if you're gold digger, great. If you're trying to get a loan, great. You can much more easily get that. If you're trying to get taxes, something like from your taxes to again, good time for that. Two positive planets, Venus and Mercury, are born in the eighth house, which rules taxes, or you can receive an inheritance. Sometimes it involves, some more difficult topics, inheritance as well, because when do you receive inheritance? But it's about maybe receiving money or support, psychological, emotional, through others, maybe more intimacy. Definitely with Venus born day, you can have a better intimate life with a partner than renewal or a new one. Uh, Maybe you can receive, if you've invested in some mutual stocks or funds or hedge or whatever with others. So stock market is the eighth house, which is full of vicissitudes as well. You can, because Venus and Mercury is born day, it can be a good time to invest in something, or even to kind of get maybe rewards there. I don't know. Or you can be that it's new beginning that come to you through in the eighth sphere of the eighth house, through occult knowledge, through psychology, astrology, if you're in any of those spheres, in emergency, if you're someone that works in emergency or it works with other people's money, insurances, inheritances. If you work in a bank, in a stock fund, a hedge fund, these are all eight house careers, very busy, very important time with new projects or new possibilities happening. Or you can just feel that you're more profound, more deep, that you're digging into the bigger questions, into more deeper questions in life. But yeah, anything to do with people's mutual finances, resources, important events, opportunities, maybe the birth of eclipse in your eighth house, opportunity that something can come, something new, like you can, and it's not just now in February, it's for the next 6 months. And again, after that, there is another eclipse. So for a year and a half ahead, that the sort, something can come to you because it's a North Node eclipse. It will give you something, something new begins, but it gives you something like growth or something new that comes to you through other resources. So ask and you receive. Other people's maybe use their talents for something, maybe in collaboration with their talent, skills, or resources or money. Or you can, for example, loans and so on. All right. Or maybe start something like a cult blog or video, psychological video or articles connected to that. It's all good for such deep, profound topics. Uh, Not easy to talk about the eighth house always, but it's transformational. Or go to a retreat where you can have like a spontaneous healing, or maybe they can be the possibility. Eighth house is so strongly activated spontaneous healings, but it's also the house of crisis. So just know that this theme is also possible. Some sudden crisis, especially connected not just to you but through others, is the house of life and death. So news of pregnancies, news of endings of some sorts as well. All right. But the other big event is that Saturn and Neptune are joining. The last time they joined was 36 years ago. And they start a theme in your life that unfolds over 36 years ahead. Some of you will live out all your adult years under this Saturn Neptune conjunction in your 10th house. Others, will pass away before it ends. But it's a new cycle and it will be like a background energy for many, many 3 decades ahead for you. And for Cancers, it's saying, Saturn, Neptune are the builders of civilization. Neptune brings the new vision, new ideals, Saturn builds it. And for you, they fall in the 10th house. of leadership and responsibility. So Cancers will be some of the people that will be the new civilization that's being born now, which it is. It's totally different world we're living in that will unfold over the next 36 years. They'll be called to take on leadership roles for some reason. It's this 10th house. Uh, they'll be called to be in positions on top, to supervise, to build themselves, or there will be like a change in the roles that they play in society. 11th, 10th house is your reputation. Even if it's not about such big thing like, oh, I'll change the world, I'll be a leader, I'll be blah, blah, I'll lead businesses. And it might be just that with this conjunction of Saturn, Neptune in your 10th house, that a new role is coming for you in society. And maybe from single, you become married. And that's a long process of 36 years that continues. Or your social status. So maybe from married you become single, like a new social status appears over, especially over the next 2 years when Saturn is still there in the 10th house. A new career direction can appear for some of you. Pay attention. They can be the birth this year of something that you didn't expect that you could possibly do, but it's like a dispensation and from above. Neptune is directly related to the invisible hierarchies, and Saturn is your material responsibilities on Earth. So you might be given a new mission, career direction. You dissolve the old one, and a new one will appear that you'll gradually work towards for the next 2 years, especially laying the foundations, but which you can unfold for 36 years after that. And I, as an Aries, had the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in the last 36 years in my 10th house. It didn't activate until 10 years after the conjunction. So again, I'm telling you, it might not be immediate for some of you. It might be that maybe you're 12 years old now, but the Saturn-Neptune conjunction is happening in your 10th house. And in 18 years, it's still the cycle of Saturn-Neptune in your 10th house. In 18 years, you take on some leadership role. Like I never thought I would run business with hundreds of people. I mean, and that I would never thought it, but I was like, I was born on the Saturn Neptune in the 10th house from my son. So for you Cancers, I know you like to be in your shell and protected, but you might be called to be, a leader of some sort in your community or in your home, in your family, to take on a role of more responsibility, to build some big career over the next 36 years. As I said, it might be starting from now, but for some of you, depending on age, it might be activated maybe in, I don't know, in 7, 9 years when Jupiter enters Aries again. When planets pass there, they'll keep reactivating that theme. Or maybe in 2, 3 years from now. But I think you're already starting in that direction. Whatever the circumstances are changing in your life, they'll be changing in a way that they prepare you for a role of leadership and taking executive decisions sometime in the next 36 years. And that will be a long-term role. Others, they can experience maybe changes in their job now, in their career, someone retiring. So they'll have new responsibilities in life, no longer working in that job. They have now their social role is a pensioner or a grandma, or they retire and they start a new business. But somehow you've been a role of authority. People look up to you, even if you don't work, even if you're not like captains of industries or leaders in your field, which you can with Saturn and Neptune somehow over the next 36 years. But you might just be like an authority figure that with experience that people come up to you for your wisdom because you're on top. Saturn and Neptune are joining on top. Also, some authority figures can appear now, new ones in your life, a boss or something, or new, like a father figure that can be very demanding and pressuring you, but it's trying to mold these qualities in you as well. It's trying to squeeze out the best of you, even if they're harsh in some way. But this can happen, such institutions or authority figures that, or you can become harsh and more demanding on yourself now with Saturn, Neptune in your 10th house, because you really want some new stage in your life, new responsibility, new reputation, new social status, new role as well. That's very pivotal. The Saturn-Neptune conjunction affects the most Cancers, Aries, Libras, and Capricorn. So we would have like the movers and shakers roles of the next 36 years. Even as I said, if you're retired, if you don't work, somehow you'd be called as Cancers to be more proactive. The 10th house is action. You know, it's the highest mission we have here. So a mission can be given to you. A career for someone can be to be a nanny. For someone, the highest mission can be truly to be a parent. This is the access of parenthood. For another, the highest mission in this world can be much more reaching many people. For others, can be something small, but you'd kind of gradually will get realigned to some mission and responsibility that God wants you to create in this world. So yeah, not lots will be demanded from you, especially the next 2 years. Cancers will be tested by Saturn squaring them, and Saturn will push them to take some very important decision about their career, to take on more responsibilities, or uh, to take on a new career path, or maybe to change their social status, married to single, single to married, or to kind of become more responsible, more in society, duties and responsibility. People will be watching you closely for your actions. It will be quite public because Saturn and Neptune starting this new stage in the most visible house on top. You'll be watched, so you need to be moral. You need to keep to high ideals, that you don't do dodgy stuff. Uh, Maybe that's what all those planets in the eighth house in February during the conjunctions purge the old, start the new, clean up the old traumas, the old dark shadow stuff, the old dodgy stuff, because the eighth house can be quite dodgy, quite illegal, and almost like this is with things like obsessions, addictions as well, but eighth house, many planets help you, gives you a chance to transform or heal some of this trauma, so you can take on this new role as a role model, as someone that takes important decisions. Even as I said, if it's about retiring, you'd have to start doing different things in the world. It's like for someone to be starting career. So aim high because you have a chance, Cancers, to make it big. And don't forget, Jupiter is in your ascendant. So we have angular action in February and for another 6 months. So very, very pivotal year for Cancers to change their life. When Jupiter and Saturn on angles, and Saturn is starting a new 36-year cycle, and you see everything is above the horizon for you, very visible, active into the world. And towards the end of the month, Mercury goes retrograde in your ninth house at the 26th of February, 27th or 20, something like that. Just be careful with all the normal Mercury retrograde things. If you're traveling somewhere, just make sure, that you have everything, that you're on time. Uh, not necessarily perfect to start brand new things during Mercury retrograde, especially if it's to do with business, with work, maybe to fix some things, but you can start at the beginning of the month, the first 20 days, very good for new beginnings. Then Mercury retrograde, even if you're starting new things, you just have to be a bit more careful with details and things like that. You can visit countries you've been to before, faraway countries, places you've been to. You can travel to places you've been to before in March while Mercury is retrograde at the end of February. But yeah, the normal Mercury retrograde stuff, which is kind of can be frustrating, miscommunications, failed appointments, and so on, having to correct something, some argument sometimes. It is possible, but Mercury is making trine to your sign, so I don't think it's so difficult for you. So it's not going to be, unless you have something in Gemini or Pisces or Sagittarius or Virgo, it's going to be a much smoother Mercury retrograde. So yeah, thank you so much. Keep this video, by the way, somewhere so you can refer to it down the line next 36 years. There's still YouTube here because it's a very, very important important activation that happens, especially the very early cancers will feel it. Those, the first 5 degrees, they can enter into the mission that we talked about, new mission, new great work that the universe wants from them, and responsibility to give them and direction from literally from this year. It can start happening. And by the way, if you want to study with me, I'm starting a 4 or 3 month course from March the middle. I do those long courses of 3, 4 months once every 3 years only. It's very rare. And if you want to, interact with me, and we'll look at personal charts a lot, and you don't need to know much astrology. I'll teach you about progressions, how to predict the future. That's my favorite method. I will make it very simple for you with many stories. We'll cover absolutely all possible progressions, how with stories, what happens, what you can expect. It will be fun. So join me. It's 30% discounted for those who join me now. After that, it becomes at full price. Thank you. You Sun Moon Rising. February is big month for you because the first eclipse on the axis of Leo Aquarius is starting. The last time there was eclipses on the axis of Leo and Aquarius was 9 years ago, 2016, 2017, and 18, around those years. But now actually the nodes were reversed. The north node was causing the eclipses in Leo. Now the north node will be causing the eclipses in your seventh house. The last time there was exactly the same kind of eclipses was 2008, 2009, something around that time. Think back. Ooh. All right, I just remembered this period in my life. Oh my God. It's perfect. It's perfect. No worry. But it's the when the eclipses started on the axis, especially the axis of your ascendant, the axis of your sun as well, or moon. This is a period. What are the eclipses is caused in mythology and in astrology by the north and south nodes. And the nodes, the mythology is that they're snakes, they're nagas, they're dragons, and they change their skin, they shed their skin. So it's about transformation when eclipses start. It's about sneaking out and releasing your old skin, because the eclipses, the south node comes in July into Leo, but already the eclipses on this axis are starting. So for the next almost 2 years, there will be eclipses on your first and seventh house. So maybe not immediately from February, only the later born Leos will feel that February eclipse, because it's on the 20th of February, but you can feel it even a month before, and then the next 6 months. But it's at around 27, 29 degrees of Aquarius, which means that the last 5 degrees of Leo will be most affected. So if you have planets in Leo, like I do, from the 24th, 25th degree till the 30th degree in Leo, your life can change. You can be, and the events that happen during eclipses, when a personal planet, sun, moon, or ascendant, or Venus or Mercury, if you have those later degrees in Leo, is directly aspected by, opposed by eclipse. Usually some surprise, some shock happens, something that, and eclipses, they're not like evil per se, even though the ancients, they were like afraid of them because they'll shake the status quo. You know, life is uncertain when there are eclipses because the old is dying and the new is being born, particularly with this eclipse because it's a new moon eclipse. The sun and moon coming together with the north node. The north node is causing the eclipse, aligning with that line. North node is something new, especially in the material external world, something, and it's from your seventh house. Something comes to you from outside. You're the first house. I'm here, seventh house is out there. What's out there? Something external, or something that kind of shifts, surprises you, changes your circumstances, uh, something, and it's usually fated. That's what I'm saying. And because it's new beginnings, sun and moon conjunction, male, female energy. What is an eclipse? When the sun and moon are exactly in front of each other, total copulation, total impregnation. Not usually new moons are like, that's why they're not eclipses. Sun moves here, the sun is here, the moon is here. Okay, they're on the same degrees, but not fully covering each other. And now this is happening in your seventh house of others. So and it will happen again in smaller degrees in, next year as well. And the eclipses are starting on your axis, and that's when fated events happen. And those fated events, why the ancients didn't like it, because they disrupt the status quo. In ancient cultures, when astrology was created, they were ones of more conservative. They wanted to preserve things how they are. They didn't like change, innovation, but these eclipses are about change and innovation, especially the one in Aquarius. And the innovation comes to you through others. And you can be surprised. Someone can appear in your life that is very impactful, that shifts the direction of your life. Maybe not immediately in February, maybe in the next year and a half. As I said again, almost 2 years, because there will be other eclipses. But if your later degree is Leo's ascendant, later degree is Sun or Moon Leo, it can happen already in February. And the change that happens comes through others. And sometimes when the eclipses happens on the axis of ascendant, seventh house, they can be like very fated people that enter your life, that you have like a soul contract with. And usually they're of new soul contract nature, not like past life and someone you have karma with, someone from the past coming back. Rahu eclipses in the seventh house brings a new experience, a new stage in your relationships, if it's the same person, like new developments in the life of your partner, that your partner becoming more ambitious or taking some initiative, or sometimes some crisis or surprise through a partner. Unfortunately, sometimes eclipses can, it's very hard to predict exactly what. But usually someone appears in your life. It might be a business partner, it might be a friend, it might be a lover, it might be a client, or very often what we care the most about is love relationship. That is fated, that you have a soul contract with to meet, that will push you forward towards progress and development, because Rahu eclipses, the North Node eclipses, they're about development, coming out of your comfort zone, trying something new. So people can enter your life now and for the next 2 years that are maybe a bit more disruptive. They're not going to feel comfortable. They're not normal people that you have in your environment or relationship. If a relationship appears, it's going to be something different. Maybe even with foreigner or someone with different religion or belief systems, or someone from a faraway place, because Rahu eclipses in the seventh. Rahu is foreign energy, or out of state, or uh, uh, something that is kind of different, or Rahu is also someone who's been married and divorced, someone who's in a relationship, so a bit taboo as well. They can be sometimes. But I've seen it over and over, and Vedic astrology talks about it. When Rahu transits the first and the seventh, especially the seventh, people can get married. People can meet people, another partner or business partner that stay for, or friends that stay for at least half the cycle of the eclipses, which is 9 years. The full cycle is 8, even longer. I met my husband on eclipse, of course, eclipse from the seventh house from my sun. So if you're Leo sun, this can also work. And so it is fated relationships that can happen. And then when I have eclipse with the North Node in my seventh house from the ascendant, that's when I met business partners, very ambitious business partners, people that I collaborated with, because seventh house is not just relationships, people that you collaborate with or people that you do business with. They can be a bit, worldly driven, ambitious, but also with North Node there in eclipses, you have to be careful that they don't, that you, because that you give them, like that they're too kind of grasping. This is the nature of Rahu, too kind of hungry, too kind of power or attention hungry, or money or world or achievements hungry. That's the danger. But sometimes you need exactly such people. Maybe good time to find an agent, if you're, or someone that helps you push you to the public. These people are ambitious, grasping. Sometimes you need someone like that to push you. If you're a creator, or if you're business, someone who is very worldly, known how to do spinning and advertising and marketing and connections, because Rahu is all of those things. It's opportunistic planet. It's ambitious planet. So yeah, if you want to connect with such people, now the next couple of years with Rahu and eclipses starting in your seventh house in very opportunistic Aquarius, which can create connections for you, which can connect you with the right people and right circles. Or it doesn't have to be even a romantic relationship, as I said, or marriage, but it can be. It's your seventh house, it can be. But it can be people like-minded that you, not necessarily like-minded, but people that you connect with that can push you forward in the public eye, because the seventh house is also there, or that ambitious. And sometimes we need like a nudge from someone that's more driven, ambitious. But you have to be careful, because Rahu also indicates con artists, or some people that grasping or have motives, they would want to benefit in some way as well. But it's the people that you meet now, these fated friendships or connections or whatever it can be, or relationships, they can really push you forward into the world, or towards achieving what you desire, or to material things as well, to public accolades, to recognition, or something like that. Or they can tempt you. Rahu's law of vibration with eclipses is temptation. And if you're in a happy relationship or relationships and you get tempted by something more exotic, more different, more, that's the danger of it. But again, I can tell you with Rahu in the seventh house from my ascendant, when I was transiting, I made very kind of successful already. I met very successful people, and they were famous. There's this glamour around Rahu, this worldliness, successful people that were famous in some way, and kind of connections, Nothing bad about it, especially in the Western world, is something that we like. That's why in the Western world, the North Node, we like it. In the Eastern world, that was more kind of spiritual. They're like, oh, North Node, it connects you to matter, it drags you down into desires and so on. But it spices things up. So it makes you excited for what? For relationships, for breaking the status quo in relationships. If you've been single for a long time, eclipses in your seventh house can make you reach out to others, or others reaching out to you, or make partnerships, or connect with, as I said, ambitious people, make you connect to wider audience. If you have a business, seventh house is very business house. It's not just, relationships, it's business, connecting with others on one-to-one. It's reaching an audience that can explode even with an eclipse there. Or there can be a change as well. The more difficult vibration, if you're not on the right path with relationships, it can create like a disruption, some business partnership and contracts falling through, but new ones will appear, because this is a new moon with Rahu. New ones appear. Wow. Again, always be careful with eclipses there. Just make sure that you can, you don't let go fully and allow those people to do whatever they want that appear, because Rahu is a tricky planet sometimes. Yes, it brings new developments, aligns you to something you want, but there is this kind of bit like the snake energy about Rahu, but snakes are extremely wise, extremely clever, extremely sly, and they can make you succeed, and they can make you reach points and whatever. But still, just keep one in mind. But as I said, very often people get married with eclipses on the 7th, get engaged, or meet very important people in their life, marriage or relationship, or if they're already married, sometimes they're not in the right relationships. Eclipse can create a crisis, sudden shakeups, business partnerships suddenly appearing as well. So yeah, interesting things will be happening there. Plus, Venus and Mercury are being born the first 2 weeks. They become visible. The birth of Venus is one of the most beautiful arts in Renaissance. It'd be drawn by Michelangelo, by Raphael, Venus being born. It symbolized Aphrodite being born from a shell. This is exactly the phase Venus is entering now. Venus becoming visible after 40 days of invisibility in your 7th house, in the later degrees of Aquarius. So the later degrees of Leo, again, will feel it. Was it later? I forgot already. You have to check my calendar. I'm not sure which degrees. Whoever has the calendar, they can see. And those degrees exactly that Venus and Mercury, they become visible around the same degree. I think around the last 10 degrees, they will benefit powerfully. But maybe it's 30 degrees. Just make sure you check if you have the calendar. Venus and Mercury becoming visible in your seventh house, Leo. It's about, again, the birth of opportunities or new circumstances in your relationships, but these are positive because Venus and Mercury are two positive planets. They like the sign of Aquarius. Something good coming to you as a proposition from others, as an idea, maybe Mercury being born there, collaboration with others, or something being born like a new renewal and more love in an existing relationship, or the birth of a new relationship. Personal or business, doesn't matter. We can't discriminate with seventh house. For some, it's just personal. For others, it's business or friendship, emotional affection of some sort. So watch out for things that come to you through others this month, Leo, as a summary. As an opera, especially the first 2 weeks will be very auspicious. A contract, to sign a contract, to start a collaboration with someone, to bring out to public audience, seventh house, a project, to present yourself to others or to ask for help from others. All of those things, you'd get the green light with Venus and Mercury being born there. There might be more beautiful people around you with Venus. They'll support from others in some way, or especially business that's connected to marketing, to sales, seventh houses, all those, to exchanging goods, money for goods or services or whatever. Again, this should go well. So do such things, especially and any kind of business meetings and transactions and documents and collapse or reaching out to clients, marketing or bringing out a project the first 2 weeks while Mercury and Venus are becoming visible. They have like a 14-day window where they're very strong when a planet is being born. And then Mercury at the end of the month, around the 25th, becomes invisible and retrograde at the same time. So after that, you have to be more careful with, but it's in your eighth house, becomes invisible retrograde. Then you have to be careful with documents, with papers, and might have to revise certain things. And especially becoming invisible in your eighth house, you have to be careful with redo taxes, do extra work, make sure that taxes, inheritances, insurances deal with such things. Retrograde is correct, see what's not working, fix it, or even postpone it sometimes, or dealing with other people's money and resources. Or mutual finance and resources. You might have to rebudget, refinance, or examine such matters. Or have some intimate conversations about private matters or some confidential information that comes to the surface about secrets, the eighth house, but that's towards the end of the month. The last 7-8 days and the first 20 days of March, Mercury is retrograde in your eighth house, dealing with mutual finances, whether it's in the stock market, whether it's your pension, whether it's money that comes to you through banks, taxes that you owe, money that's owed to you that you owe to others, support and deliveries of things that come to you through others, maybe supplies, that come to you through others that are not just dependent on you. You might have to reschedule something, reimagine it, redo it there. It's also about intimacy and secrets or deep realizations, psychological transformations that Mercury can be digging through, maybe going back to the past. And it will feel more emotional towards the end of March. But the first 2 weeks, February, the first 2 or 20 days, it's very Aquarian. We're reasonable. Aquarius is the cool sign, and Mercury is still in Aquarius and Venus, and then it goes into Pisces. Becomes retrograde in Pisces, towards the last 7-8 days, you'd feel it's stronger. So that's when we become more emotional, more irrational, more looking back to the past, not so clear-headed, and Mercury becomes weak. Mercury is being able to see, what's that called? Like the reality, the facts, so if you have anything to do factual, mental work, that you want to be clear-headed, the first 2 weeks, the first 10 days as well, when Mercury is becoming visible, Venus is becoming visible, wonderful for that. An eclipse, as I said, fated developments in relationships or through others. Congrats. But this is the time period starts for a couple of years now, especially now around the eclipses, now in February and then in August and September, is when the shading of the skin is starting to happen for you, of your old roles, because the South Node, even though the North Node is still not in Leo, but the eclipse is like with the North Node, new things come to you from the outside world, or you have to leave old roles here. If it's your moon in Leo, for example, some old role connected to emotional attachments, to family, to mother figure, important women in your life, important parenting role that you kind of let go of, or if it's your ascendant, it's a role that a role that you play, or some habits or lifestyle choices that will be transformed because something new enters your life. This is the snake shedding its skin. If it's your son, maybe with career, with important male figures in your life. All right, but then there is another big event this month. It's I'm not paying so much attention about the small transits here. Really, I want to focus on the big cycles. And as I said, this is the first eclipse. It can turn some of your lives, the later Leos. But for all Leos, it's still in your seventh house. It's still in your seventh house, this eclipse, so it's very active. And then we have Saturn conjunct Neptune once every 36 years. They were almost conjunct in July, August, the summer. So we got a bit of an inkling. But now it's the proper full-on conjunction that will define the next 36 years. Actually, Leos, that's very good for you, this conjunction. It's not an easy conjunction collectively because Saturn, Neptune, very karmic planets, but it happens in a very good house for you. So this conjunction is extremely supportive for Leo's mission in life. It's in the elevated ninth house, the most positive house. And it's house of self-improvement, it's house of visibility. So almost like starting gradually now from February, these new roles you have to play will unfold for you. And it's kind of like a teacher, a guide role. Maybe you'll be called to become like the wise person that others come to for advice. This is the ninth house. Or in your environment, or even in your home, some kind of a guidance like teacher quality comes to you, or new mission. It's the birth of a new cycle over 36 years. Some of you might get an idea that they want to help others, guide them. This idea you might be able to only start acting on it 7 years from now, or maybe 14 years from now, that you finally are able to take on that role, or maybe immediately. It's a 36-year cycle. I cannot tell you immediately, now from February, you take on this role and this new mission in the ninth house, which is either teacher or teaching and learning, starting on a pre-qualifying journey, starting on a journey to study higher knowledge, to study astrology, I cannot tell if it's going to happen immediately. But definitely in the next 2 years, there will be a huge focus because Saturn will be there. But sometimes, we start it now as an idea, then it might take 7 years, a Saturn cycle, to start seeing results of what you started now. Or 14 years till it manifests actually to the highest peak. Or, it's a long 35, 36-year cycle. Like I was born into the previous Saturn. I experienced it as a Leo as well. And let's look at where was till now the cycle from 1989 to 36 years. Some of you were born later than 89. So you were born into the Saturn-Neptune cycle that started 36 years ago in the Capricorn. Others, lived it but I all my conscious life, I remember, is on the Saturn-Neptune cycle, which even though it falls apart after a year, it continues as a cycle to like a background theme of your life. In Capricorn, look, Leo is the king. Capricorn is in your sixth house of the servant, of service. And Saturn and Neptune are very karmic planets. It's like the soul chose those karmic lessons for the last 36 years. Whether they came straight away from the beginning of the cycle, 36 years, or maybe when you were, for me, they came, 20 years, 20 years, 10 years after the cycle had started. So at some point it gets activated by other transits. Again, I'm trying to say that it might not be immediately now from February that you see this beautiful Saturn Neptune in the 9th house that I talked, that you have a mission to teach, to guide others, or to study something, or to even live abroad and travel a lot more. You're starting an age of a cycle of your life, 39 years, where you might have mission abroad in foreign places, or teaching or spreading knowledge of some sort, or being the wise person, guiding others in some way, whether in personal life, just those around you, or collectively, much bigger mission. But till now, for 36 years, what Saturn and Neptune were preparing you was service. We want to be the king, we want to be in the center of attention, we want to be admired and loved, but almost like the universe says, well, there is a cycle running that is training you the opposite, to serve others, to give. It's like a karmic debt that you pay to serve, whether you served your family, whether you served by work in employment somewhere, whether you learn to be humble. It's kind of was like a 36-year lesson at the background, not like heavy constantly, but you felt it at some times, of humbling yourself, of learning about the practical side of life, of learning to fix problems, which means that there were more problems than normal with Saturn-Neptune cycle there. And almost like Saturn-Neptune is like not suffering, but conjunction. It's like a sacrifice, whether conscious or unconscious. You have to sacrifice of yourself for service, for others, for the weaker, for the or sometimes like a disease, sixth house rules disease, so some imbalance like an addiction or self-medicating, or mental or physical imbalance of sort, or some situation of conflict, internal, external conflict or imbalance. This is the sixth house that you have to learn about those things. Was it through disease? Was it through addiction? Was it through service of those in need, that themselves that were addicted or weak, or you had to take care of others that couldn't take care of themselves? But there were those themes, and sometimes it's just your family that you have to do this. And you learned it. It's the end of this cycle. Well, Pluto-Saturn cycle started at 45 years also in Capricorn, so but that's different energy, Pluto-Saturn. It's kind of like kicking ass, Pluto-Saturn. It's not this sacrifice energy of Saturn, Pluto, Neptune, Saturn cycle that's just ending. And so you take these lessons of the seventh house, and they finish. Maybe for some of you, the end of Saturn Neptune cycle in your sixth house can mean the end of disease or something, or a service or debt towards someone. Sometimes it's debt that we have to pay. So we don't like someone, but we have to take care of them, or debt of lots of work, like Cinderella syndrome, or being in under positions of under kind of, but it's, or maybe some job finishes now for you. You had like a karmic duty to fulfill this job, this employment, this service of some sort, and it ends. And now starts a new age, Leos, in your ninth house. I told you what it is. And it's making trine to you. I mean, Saturn over the next 2 years will be making trine to Leo. It's just moving into Aries in February as well. For the next 2 years, it will trine all the degrees of Leo. So things that you initiate now, the early degrees, the first 15 degrees of Leo this year, or the later 15 degrees of Leo next year, they'll be long lasting. They'll be long lasting, and yes, they'll need effort. It's Saturn after all, but there is vision there, Neptune, and they'll be stabilizing for your life. Your life, despite of the eclipses that will make you shed your skin, let go of something while welcoming new opportunities, Saturn says, don't worry, I'm stabilizing things, especially for the earlier degrees of Leo. The later degrees, they feel the eclipse now. Things are more shaky, but exciting, changeable. The early degrees of Leo this year, the first 10, 15 degrees, things will be more and more stable. It can stabilize health. It can stabilize, if it's your ascendant, sun or moon. It can stabilize relationships with the moon and the ascendant, with the sun, career, emotions with the moon. Stabilize and kind of productive results. But also the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in the ninth house can be sometimes like a little bit of a crisis of faith. Crisis of faith, because faith and your belief system and ideology is the ninth house. And a new cycle is starting there until you orient yourself towards your version of 2.0, because second house, ninth house is self-improvement. So a lot of you will be very, very like, now you have a karmic duty with Saturn Neptune for self-improvement, to strive towards morality, connection with God, the ninth house, teaching others. I mean, don't become high on your horse, like always moralizing others, but yeah, those things will become a priority for you. Self-improvement, or going towards improved, more ideal version of yourself. The ninth house is the highest version of ourselves. The first house is, the physical body, the animal physical body. The fifth house is the create pact. It's again a self house. This is where you co-create with God your ideas. The ninth house is your perfect vision, where your will is aligned with divine will, where you download your higher self, your connection with it. So this making a clear channel between you and the higher self, being in flow, in alignment with your universe. And the highest sign of happiness is when your will aligns with divine will. You want the same things that your higher self or God wants for you. And you do it not because you're afraid of God, but because you're aligned. And that's your mission for the next 36 years, this alignment. And you work towards it, to this ideal, this high ideal, better version of yourself in any way possible. Plus, Saturn, Neptune taught you how to, take care more of your health with the sixth house. And now, hopefully, you're open if you've done this work. And Pluto, Saturn continue with an iron will, because their cycle is another 40 years in your sixth house. But it's iron will, Saturn, Pluto, that started 2020 to kind of take care of your health, of health routines, and so on. You've paid the karmic duty of Saturn, Pluto, Neptune. And now Saturn, Neptune says, now you apply this towards striving to high ideal, towards new vision for yourself. Ninth house is your plans for the future. That's why people decide to study something else, to relocate to foreign countries when the ninth house is activated, to start a new mission in life. Ninth house is what inspires you to wake up, what is kind of your highest ideal. So something will, and as I said, you might have a role to play in foreign countries, or some mission of sacrifice to give a service to the wider world. Ninth house is also can be connected to teaching, charity work, can be connected to altruistic work as well, to philanthropic work, to knowledge, spreading knowledge, I don't know, or advising others, pointing direction, just as simple as changing your belief systems gradually. You can see now, reorienting yourself towards aligning with maybe more spiritual, but also more traditional religions, maybe a bit more harsher belief systems. Harsher in the sense that you can't believe that the universe will give you everything you want, as long as you just think positively. No, you have to fulfill certain moral demands. Not everyone can enter paradise and see the higher worlds. You need to be very morally elevated to have access there, and to feel joy and happiness and alignment here, to follow your dharma, which is the biggest gift someone. You really need to be very kind of morally elevated and striving towards improving yourself. And that's your work for 36 years, and helping others in that direction. Okay, I talked too much, sorry. There you go. And if you'd like to learn astrology with me, I'm starting my progression course from March, the middle of March. I love to tell stories. Each, like, say, progress moon in Virgo, I'll tell you stories. Progress Venus conjunct your sun or progress, Saturn going retrograde or direct. We'll cover all of the possible combinations with real life stories. And it's like a library for you. And I do courses only once every 3 years, guys. Very rare. Now that Saturn and Neptune are conjuncting in my ninth house, I said I have to teach a bit more. That's, the mission. And but I don't know when I will get the next energy and inspiration for that. Now I feel like a karmic duty to do it. Saturn, Neptune's karmic duty. But if God gives me health, hopefully I can continue. But join me if you'd like to learn with me. It will be every Thursday, I think. You can watch the recordings and own them if you can't be present. 13 sessions, 5 hours each one every week. Amazing journey. That's the best way to predict. For me, progressions, to see the whole story of the life is the best method. If you want to see the next 40, 60 years outlined, how you shift, the progress chart is the astral body, how it changes your internal and external circumstances. You need the progress chart. So thank you. Virgo, Sun, Moon, and Rising, February 2026. Virgo, the good news is that Saturn is leaving your seventh house. Neptune just left it after 14 years. They're directly opposing you, messing up between you. Because 14 years, Neptune opposition Pisces, it's confusing. It's not very clear. Neptune and Virgo likes, clarity. It's an earth sign. It wants clear boundaries. It wants clear rules. Neptune messes this thing. But it's left your sign in January, and now Saturn. Saturn put more order into you in the last 2 years, but through some kind of more heavier circumstances, by external pressure or by needing to take more responsibility. And sometimes Saturn, when it opposes us for the last 2-3 years, it's kind of like karmic hit after hit after hit. It's like a testing time, especially from external circumstances, through relationships, through others. And those of you who took new responsibilities with partners, who learned to put boundaries, who learned to be responsible towards others and correct their mistakes with others, and recognize when others are not being honest with them or not being and learn to kind of be more masterful at relationships, more moral yet masterful. There will be a gift for you, Saturn leaving your seventh house. There can be a gift to you that comes through others, a gift, a reward for your efforts. Business is the seventh house as well, maybe some kind of reward through business or through collaborations with others, seeing the results of those efforts of yours of mastering the right way of doing relationships, and maybe ending some difficult situation connected to relationships or contracts or agreements with others, or responsibility toward another, or painful relationships, or a problem your partner might have had for a while. So that's the end of it. Saturn moves to your eighth house, from where it's not going to affect you directly. It will have another set of lessons there. And it's going to meet for the next 2 years. But I explained this in my Saturn in Aries video, much more in depth through the houses. I've made many videos for that, how Saturn will, and it's not directly pressure on you, but there will be pressure in another area of your life. But still, for your health, this is good, because it stops opposing your sun, moon, or ascendant. So your health becomes stronger. Your mental health as well lifts up. But Saturn will meet with Neptune in Aries, and that begins a 36-year cycle. This is the biggest event of 2026, Saturn conjunct Neptune. Actually, Saturn and Neptune were almost conjunct within a degree in the summer, in June, July, August, but they properly conjunct now in February on the 20th. Don't expect that something specific will happen for you on the 20th exactly. This is a 36-year cycle. It means that just this year, around this year, 2027, something new will enter your life, because the old will finish, and the old was the previous Saturn-Neptune cycle, which was in your fifth house. And it started in 89. Maybe you were born after that. You were born into the cycle and you've lived your whole life or your whole conscious life with this. Because Saturn Neptune is like a karmic duty that we have. Neptune is connected to past lives, to kind of like a promise to pay off and suffering almost that the soul does, or a conscious or unconscious sacrifice that we chose karmically to fulfill as a soul. And for you, it manifested through your love life in the fifth house, or it manifested through maybe some duty connected to creativity or to children that you were giving, and you know, uh, paying off or sacrificing. Neptune is a sacrificial planet with Saturn, some duty, responsibility, maybe through your work that you had to be more creative, or maybe through sometimes when it comes to personal relationships, it's a bit more karmic, especially the romantic love ones. That has been tough. Maybe your whole life or very long cycle you've experienced that. But you've given your dues, you've paid them as a soul. Everyone contributes as a soul collectively to the collective raising of vibration. And the raising of vibration, oftentimes we have to pay off the karma. We have to suffer in certain areas. So we need to sacrifice and consciously or unconsciously serve and give. And the fifth house is children, romantic partners, love, even having fun and things like that. And maybe some service can finish or sacrifice connected to the, romance and so on, or difficulties with children. And that ends. That karma is paid off. And now Saturn and Neptune meet for the next, and the cycle starts in February, but it will affect you for the next 36 years like a background theme. And every time something activates Aries, maybe in 10 years from now, planet will pass there, or when Jupiter passes in 7, 8 years from now, again, this theme will be activated. Every time something, Pluto in, every time some planet, no, Pluto's not going, but every time some planet moves there every year, these themes will keep coming back. And what is the eighth house? What is the new mission or the new kind of soul karmic sacrifice and service, almost we can say? And because Saturn and Neptune is also about building new. Saturn is the builder, Neptune is the downloader of new inspirations, visions. So it goes through your eighth house. So now the mission there will be, and eighth house is not the easiest of houses, but it is connected to deep psychological transformation that you would work for 36 years and releasing traumas. So some of you might even enter into a field, whether from this year or sometime in the next 36 years, the field that is eighth house field, because Saturn is connected with career, definitely. And we can do this service, like contributing to the collective, in through career very often. And that career can be connected to eighth house matters. And you can become very influential in that area because an eighth house matters is in banking, in investments, in stock markets, other people's resources and finances or service, connected to working in emergency. This is like nurses, or this is like psychologists, or people that are helping others through transformations and very kind of big shocks in life. The psychologist, counselor, people that are helping others cross the bridge as well, cross the rainbow bridge. Uh, People that are helping in so it's either other people's finances and the financial world, or it's crisis, or even astrology, because astrologers help people. When do people contact an astrologer or watch those videos? When there is something traumatic in their life, usually. And they reach out to the occult and esoteric. Or it can be a mission to really dig deep and study esoteric, study spiritual things, study occult things, uh, study things that dig deep, or some research that you can start. This is all eighth house matters, or or some confidential direction of some more confidential career with confidential information of some sort. But there is almost like you can take a leadership role there. Aries is a leadership role in such positions over the next 36 years. Or something transformational on comfortable topics, or uncomfortable things that are more taboo, more extreme, I see it like you, what is all these things? I just want to be of useful service, be productive, have my life arranged, But this will make you extremely profound. Actually, Gemini's had the Saturn-Neptune conjunction over the last 36 years in the eighth house. And I saw a lot of strong Gemini people rising or ascendant or even sun that they became their life was way more profound and deeper than what Gemini is usually. It's much more breezier energy, almost like make them much deeper uh, and it builds resilience, psychological, emotional resilience, because eighth house is the house of vicissitudes and sudden changes. And our nervous system is under most stress when things change too much suddenly. And kind of there might be some perpetual transformations for years ahead with Saturn Neptune conjunction in your eighth house, which is not bad per se, which means constantly evolving. Eighth house is the house of evolution, constantly transforming, evolving. So it's gonna be interesting period for many, many years ahead. And you're called now, especially this year with the conjunction, to do like a big eighth house, the house of the snake, of the kundalini, of the chakras. Some of you might have like a chakra activation. Others might have like this occult rising of the kundalini, opening of the chakras, eighth houses or apertures. Others can start on a journey of psychological exploration, on a journey of transformation, let's say, and much more exploration, digging deeper. Or you might be called in professions where you call out the dark side of life, or you call out the difficult topics in life, where you go and fix them. Virgos likes to fix things like that. Or eighth houses, you can start some initiative with mutual finances or resources that come to you through others, or clients' money, or investments, or working on the stock market, or working with exchanges and stocks and such kind of financial stuff as well, or inheritances, insurances, or it can even indicate starting to build some legacy over the next 36 years, because the eighth house is what we inherit. So it can also indicate some inheritance over the next 1-2 years that you're dealing with, or that you're receiving, or something, or some loan that comes to you from a bank. That will be very important, not just some random loans. If you're getting money from somewhere, eighth house, or giving money to someone, eighth house, or receiving support from others, it's kind of setting up your life for many years ahead, because it's a new cycle of 36 years. It's if any kind of important financial transactions done this year, starting from February, can have a long-term effect and setting the circumstances for many, many years ahead. And you can work on procuring finances through others as well, which is Saturn in the eighth house, Neptune, and even other people's resources, or their talents, or their kind of resources in some way, can become a source of important developments for you, can become a source of, how can I say? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so these are some of the topics of the eighth house that you might start noticing from this year, when Saturn moves into the eighth, when it moves, when joins with Neptune. You might be even asked to join forces with others in some way, because eighth house is the resources of others, as I said, in order to achieve and to implement a new phase in your life. So that's about the Saturn and Neptune. Hopefully I didn't confuse you more. It is transformational. It is deep and profound. It requires core examination of your deep motivations and There is a lot of purging connected to the eighth house, releasing, letting go, purging, so you can clear. It's astral house, to clear the astral for especially the next 2 years, to clear the traumas that are stuck in your body, to clear them up so these transformations can flow naturally without resistance, without fear. Now, the other big event is that there is an eclipse in your sixth house. Again, it doesn't directly affect you. I don't think, unless you have planets in Aquarius or Leo. Many Virgos can have planets in Leo, especially the last 10 degrees or last, let's say 5 degrees of Leo from 25 till 30. Then this eclipse on the 20th of February can be very pivotal for you. But otherwise, if you don't have planets there, it does not directly affect you somehow to turn your life upside down. But it's in the first eclipse in your sixth house since 2008 with this type of eclipse, 2009, sorry. And the previous times there was eclipses in Aquarius, but with the North Node, was 2016, 2017, 18. But the very similar eclipse with the North Node, 2008 and 9, think back for something there. But it's in your sixth house, the first of eclipses for the next 2 years in your sixth house. So yes, where the transformation can happen is through your work and service. So maybe a new schedule, a new daily routines can appear. Sixth house is how we take care of the body. It's very Virgo house, is the sixth sign, the sixth house. So like a change in your routines, change in your work patterns, change in your responsibilities and duties as well, your errands. And the North Node, their new moon eclipse is about new things, maybe new job coming to you, new work project appearing sometimes over the next 6 months or 2 years, because there'll be another eclipse after that in Aquarius next year as well. So this is where the big transformations are happening as well. And the eclipses, you feel them much faster than the Saturn-Neptune conjunction that I talked about in your eighth house. You see, they're not easy houses. The eclipses and all planets activate sixth house, Saturn and Neptune, eighth house. None of those aspect you. So some might not feel much. But they're in houses that make us tough, that makes us strong. Sixth house brings us more duties, responsibilities, makes us change our routines, health habits. It can be really like making you change lifestyle, making you acquire new habits, because the North Node eclipse with new moon is like new habits, starting an exercise regime, starting some, I don't know, some new eating routine, someone becoming carnivore, someone becoming vegan. And it's kind of more extreme changes, it's Aquarius eclipse. It's not like half-assed, it's like, oh, it's like extreme amplitudes. But yeah, they can be a bit chaotic with so much planets in the sixth house, like too many things at once. But also Venus and Mercury are being born in your sixth house. The birth of beautiful, beautiful birth of Venus, which was invisible for 60 days, for 40 days. So a job opportunity, a new project opportunity, starting on a new work path or path of service, or new employees opportunity, new office, new routines, new health habits, adding something to you and enjoying it actually, especially the first 2 weeks to start some new health routines, new job project, new hire employees, hire people to do something around your house, perfect around that, run errands. Because Venus being born there, it will happen with ease. New moon eclipse there, it's pivotal. It's very important for you to do those changes now there. Mercury being born there, duties, responsibilities, again, for work. Some 6 hours, the house of discipleship, mastering and honing skills as well. These are all good stuff to do. So yeah, this is the sixth. The sixth house is duties, responsibilities. Eighth house is, yeah, and sickness, sixth house. But the Rahu there, North Node eclipse is like, okay, how can we, and Venus and Mercury being born, it gives you initiative. How can I fix a health problem? How can I, and gives you the knowledge, information, the right diagnosis. So if If you need like a proper diagnosis, do it the first 2 weeks of some health condition. If you need some kind of lab tests, do that now, you know. And with eclipse in sixth house, you might need to take radical steps towards changing your habits and daily routines and towards so you can change a health outcome or disease outcome. And you have the chance to do that, introduce something new there. Um, and then we have Mercury retrograde towards the 26th. It moves into Pisces. The first 10 days it's in Aquarius, becomes visible, very strong, do all those sixth house things, all Mercury things like business meetings, work meetings. If you have any reports, any written or spoken work, especially the first 10, 15 days, very good with Mercury visible and in your sixth house. You'll be very good with details, but the second part of the month, Mercury is in Pisces. The last week it becomes retrograde and becomes invisible. It's very weakened. And you're ruled by Mercury. So maybe kind of after that, the last 10 days, take it more easy. Don't force yourself too much. If you can take a break, because it's easier to miss details, you might feel a bit more emotional, a bit more disoriented, because your planet is in a, not in organized Virgo, in the opposite sign. You become more intuitive with your thinking. But yeah, Mercury retrograde and invisible and in Pisces, the last, let's say, 10 days in your fourth house, says like, be more careful in interactions with others. Some things from the past might come back to be brought up, and you become emotional about it. Maybe you haven't said something to a partner that upsets you, and you have to speak it out now. When Mercury goes retrograde, we bring up things from the past or things we've been bottling down. They come out, and there might need to be some one-on-one conversations, whether with important people in your life, with colleagues or friends or clients or marriage partners, things to be discussed so they can be corrected. And if there is no compromise from the other side, or partners can bring up things that bothers them about you, or clients, they can point out things that they don't like or mistakes you make. And if there is no collaboration from both sides or desire to improve or correct, either from yours or from theirs, there can be some kind of a crisis in a relationship or ending of contract, endings of agreements, sometimes even ending of relationships, you know, or just correcting it, moving on with when Mercury turns direct from the 20th of March, I think it is, or something like that. You end up with much more balanced and harmonious relationships where you've settled both sides, you compromised, and you agreed on better terms and conditions, whether it's a contract, whether it's a working partnership, whether it's a personal partnership. Yes, but it needs to declare, you need to clarify those, new rules or new rules of the game with you and another, and to correct something, or maybe you're working in a project with another and you need to uh, put extra efforts to complete some project together with another to correct something. So these are the things, and frustrations can come to you from others the last 10 days of the month and the first 10, 15 of March 20. But again, when it finishes, usually you end up with much better contracts, with much better, even if you had to change stuff there, or even if there were some delays when you're working with another, it was for a good reason, or you discover some mistakes when it comes to relationships with others, correct them, and you end up with more balanced and harmonious such interactions with others, or you just kind of rethink a relationship. On a positive level, it can just mean you meet up with people you haven't met for a while. People from your past contact you, you contact them, you see friends you haven't seen for a while. Uh, you get thinking about the past relationships, or even meet someone, ex-boyfriend or marriage spouse, or maybe you reconnect with clients or friends we haven't seen in a while. It can be as innocent as that as well. But of course, all kind of meeting schedules go a bit topsy-turvy the last 7, 8, 10 days of the month. It's Mercury retrograde after all. So get your all things in order, especially with so many planets in sixth house, which likes to be organized, especially the first 10, 15, let's say even 20 days of the month. You're more organized, more like good with details, more practical, more down to earth. get, the sixth house is also working things like everyday duties, responsibilities, errands. You're very efficient and well organized, and you're good at introducing new, better organization and efficiency those 20 days, let's say. And after that, our planet starts moving towards Pisces. It gets hazier, but you start getting more involved with others, maybe more relying on others. So yeah, get your stuff together. Those very good for job, for work, for those 15 days at the beginning of the month. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, guys. And maybe some of you might not even feel anything. Maybe some of you would just feel this Mercury retrograde because the eclipse and the Saturn-Neptune cycle that starts there, long cycles. Uh, and and it takes time to see the results, and it takes time to feel the shift. But I think with Saturn moving from your sign, first you'll feel a bit more lightness, and then the priorities will change to this eighth house gradually from February, which is securing more financial stability mutually with a partner, which is a kind of more financial themed, which is about more about uh, all eight house matters that we talked about. I'm not going to repeat them. So thank you so much. And don't forget, you have Jupiter in the 11th house, very beneficial. So you're protected. And even your relationship, Jupiter looking at the 7th house with Mercury retrograde there, it will play out for the best. And if you like to learn astrology with me, I'm starting a course from the 20th of March, something like that. Once every week, 5 hours for 3, 4 months. We'll see when we end. I do those webinars, those long courses once every 3 years, very rarely so. And progressions. It's about progressions, timing, predicting, and it's not about small periods of life. Progressions are how will the next 20 years of your life be? How will the next 40 years of your life be? I love this because it gives you the big picture, not like month by month transit. Okay, you can have a difficult transit this year, but what if it, like, how is the whole direction of your life? This is what we're going to learn. Thank you. Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, February 2026. Libra, you see so many planets are in air signs, in Aquarius, especially the first 15, 20 days. The Sun, at least, till the first 15 days is there. So there is strong activations of another air sign, so very supportive to Libra. You can feel more energized than normal, more inspired. They're activating your fifth house, which is the house of being in flow, being a co-creator together with God, being more inspired, having ideas, having downloads. So yeah, be definitely on the outlook from the end of January and especially the first 10, 15 days of February, because Venus and Mercury, the first week, are becoming visible in your fifth house. Around the fourth, fifth, both of them, that's the birth of Venus. It was invisible for 40 days and is being born in another air sign, which is helpful for you, trining you. One of the most beautiful, beautiful pieces of art always is the birth of Venus, Aphrodite. Even artists in the Renaissance were depicting this astrological event as one of the most beautiful, which means it's auspicious. So the first 10, 15 days, starting some creative project, having some new ideas. If you're a creative person, if you have your own business and run it, which is like your own baby, because you take the executive and the creative ideas for it. You just it's very good to start such things. Maybe you want to start a website. Maybe you want to start a new project that you invent. Just ideas will come to you. You download them, write them down. They'll be good ones. They're positive ones because Venus and Mercury are being born there. Maybe there'll be good news connected to your children or children overall. The birth of some new developments in their life, positive one because of Venus and Mercury being born there. They can be the birth of new romantic interest. Fifth house is truly the house of love. It's truly where we fall in love. And those of you who are single, or not single, I don't know, they can be the birth of new interest. And not only is Venus and Mercury being born there, the first 10, 15 days where the influence is that strong. Also, there is an eclipse, which is very fated. Eclipse, sun and moon right on top of each other, darkening each other in your fifth house. Again, on the 20th of February, in the same month that Venus and Mercury are being born, they look like it's like such an action there in this fifth house. Which is very supporting to you because it's trine, and it's kind of like the first house is you, the second house is you version 2.0, the ninth house, the other air sign, is version, that you version, the highest version of yourself, 3.0. So there is like this birth of a new, better version of yourself, this inspiration to life, this more excitement, maybe having more fun as well. The birth of Venus and Mercury, for some of you can be falling in love, for some of you can be good developments in their romantic life, or maybe feeling more in love with your partner, rebirth, reset, or maybe having more fun in life, going to parties, allowing your hair to letting your hair down, or just feeling more joy. Maybe you didn't feel as much pleasures till now, and now this activation comes. It's not just pleasures, it's joy of life. It's the fifth house, and Venus being born there, you experience kind of more pleasures. It can be good for going on a holiday this February, especially the beginning of it, the first 15 days. It can be good on anything where you are in the flow, where you're enjoying yourself, or anything where you're having good times. It can be good to start a creative project. As I said, you have more ideas, you'll be more willing to be center stage attention, or maybe to do anything performance, perform something. Fame is the fifth house, politics is the fifth house. They highly dramatize politics. That's why the fifth house is drama and arts and politics. You can be highly charismatic. I mean, it's Aquarius after all, your fifth houses, but with so many planets, they're activating, like a new charismatic part of you can be born. Or fifth houses, hobbies that you enjoy. And with the eclipse there can be the birth of a new hobby, a new interest, that kind of, which is like you're naturally drawn to it, and discovering new talents there. And this eclipse is the first of its kind in the fifth house in Aquarius since 2008 and 9 was when we had eclipses, new moon eclipses in Aquarius with the North Node. We had new moon eclipses in Aquarius with the South Node 9 to 8 years ago. But to be exactly the same energy, 2008, 2009. So there'll be, and 2000, and think also back 2016, 2017. Was it no? 2017, 2018, I think. Yes. 18, even 19. There was eclipses there, yeah. Yeah, 18, 17, 18 towards 19. So a series of eclipses is starting there. I remember that's when my husband, when we had children. Eclipse in the fifth house can indicate that. And this is a North Node eclipse. It can give you something, or a new phase in the life of your child, or new developmental stage there. Sometimes there can be some crisis that force us to correct something, to change direction when it comes to our relationship with children, when it comes to our romantic relationships, when it comes to our creative direction. But there are also new sources of joy and fun, and how you enjoy life can appear, because the eclipses are about transformation, new creative ideas, as I said, new for artists and performance. I think that will be good. That will shake things up as well and can bring them more fame and center stage positions. And you'll become more lively, more creative, more original. Fifth house is originality, allowing your creative, original self to shine, or more getting in touch with the child in you. Childlike, I mean, not becoming childlike, throwing tantrums. It's the joy children feel, the connection to life. There's strong activation for that. So maybe a creative idea, maybe you're having more fun. Maybe you find new ways to have fun that are more aligned to yourself. Maybe some ideas come to you that you have to do. Maybe renew romantically. Maybe some interests that excite you. Maybe some, although I don't know. Fifth house is also speculative investments. They can be some tempting, because eclipse with Rahu, Rahu is tempting the North Node. Some tempting possibility to invest in some speculative investment. Fifth house is connected to stock markets as well, because it is speculative. It isn't connected to gambling as well, if you want, especially the first 10 days when Venus and Mercury are being born. And the fifth house is the luck from past lifetimes or previous actions. That's why it's a lucky house. And gambling and lotteries and stuff and speculative investments where you invest little but you make a lot more or lose a lot more. Because if you have good karma stored from before that your soul chose to utilize in this lifetime, when the fifth house gets activated, this good karma gets unlocked. And it feels like, whoa, they were lucky. They won this. Or, wow, they bought Bitcoins years ago and look at this now, or something. And they're like, oh, they're so lucky. But it's due to your good actions in past lifetimes. It's the house of good karma. So many planets are unlocking it here. And that can. But the biggest happiness from the fifth house is not like winning stuff, which can happen. It's really aligning to your dharma. And dharma is what makes your soul feel alive, be in flow, co-create with God, feel alive, feel joyful. And that's usually when you're aligned to the path you're meant to walk in. And this North Node eclipse there and Venus and Mercury being born, I think it brings you a bit closer in that direction. And sometimes there's surprising news connected to children, to romantic partners, to creative projects starting and so on. So let's see. I hope it's all of those good stuff, not some crisis in there, because it is eclipse, but because Venus is there, I have hope. Mars makes you proactive. It's also in Aquarius to get things done. Say you have a original idea or creative idea and you start acting on it. Yeah. And then we have another big event, guys. The other big event is the Saturn and Neptune conjunction. Actually, for the last 36 years, you've been living under the influence, because their cycle is 36 years, from 1990, basically, it started, or 1989. They met 36 years ago and initiated a new cycle for you, which you are either born into, you got to experience it sometime in the last 36 years, through your fourth house. And every time a planet transits your fourth house, we had Pluto for 16 years there, we had Saturn for 2-3 years, in 2019, 18, 2018, 19, 20. These themes of Saturn-Neptune cycle that started at 89 maybe were activated. And Saturn and Neptune has the energy of sacrifice, or the energy of paying some karmic dues, or the energy of even doing some work that our soul chose to do to contribute to the collective karma, to pay off. And for you, it was connected around family. It was connected about childhood. Maybe there might have been more difficulties around family, or more responsibilities, or more lessons to learn, to contribute and to sacrifice, to give more to family, property, real estate, parents. All of those things are emotional. Sometimes it's you're working through the fourth house's ancestral karma. And almost like you volunteered, your soul volunteered that the last 36 years, whether you're alive that many or no, that you'd be kind of taking on the collective karma of your ancestors and trying to heal. They say if you heal yourself, you heal the traumas of your ancestors. Maybe if there was an addiction in your ancestral line and you cured it or healed it and you addressed it over the last 36 years, your ancestors, when they reincarnate, they won't have to deal with the same level of difficulty. Or you break it for the future generations for you. Maybe there was a pattern of divorce, pattern of abuse, pattern of avoidance, pattern of cheating. Every family has some kind of dysfunction, and you took it on. You took on a burden of it, and you decided to, and maybe you did a great job. Maybe you stumbled a lot. It was difficult and hard, but that's over now. Whatever you've done, you move on. You're not held back by the ancestral roots and the ancestral or childhood or family issues. And it becomes lighter emotionally because this is the internal happiness. Almost like there was kind of a sacrifice of this internal happiness for a long period. But also you built, hopefully, and you healed the foundations of your life. Maybe you gave to your family a lot and responsibilities and duties and parenthood. And maybe such responsibilities and duties, parenthood or real estate or property end now, or difficulties there, or and maybe one place you're living in ends, another one comes or something. And now Saturn Neptune start a new cycle, this time in your seventh house, again directly affecting you. Very cardinal. It's some signs they don't have Saturn Neptune cycle, the last one and the new one for 36 years directly affecting you, but you have it. Especially the very early degrees, Libras, the first 5 degrees, they'll very strongly feel it from February, March already. Later degrees, Libras might take a couple of years to enter into this new role and this new mission that's given to you, and this new responsibilities, let's say, but one phase, one one kind of preoccupation and maybe long-term area of focus for you ends. This is the fourth house. Maybe problems with family, with parents, or place of living problems, or situation connected to emotional well-being and happiness, family settling duties and responsibility as a parent or with real estate, such kind of problems there, and new ones start that you have 36 years to work on and contribute to the collective and sacrifice there yourself. And that's through relationships, through others. And seventh house is not just relationships, it is external circumstances. If you are Libra rising or Sun or Moon, these are personal planets. The seventh house is the farthest away from you. So, like almost like external circumstances will start directing your life now. And you have to take into consideration others more, and maybe sacrifice some of your things because of a partner, so, or because a partner, to follow their lead or to help them with something, or uh, maybe you put a lot more energy and efforts from now on in some business partnerships or collaborations with others, or something to do with a partner that you start a business together or you commit deeper in a partnership. It's like a new beginning in relationships, whether you start a new relationship that defines you for decades ahead, a new business partnership or partnerships, collaborations with others. Uh, but also you'd learn a lot about relationships, especially the next 2 years, boundaries, when to say no. Maybe there'll be pressure to you from others that want you to bring out, through pressure, through ultimatums, or through kind of confronting you or pushing your buttons to motivate you or to help you correct yourself, to help you correct your direction. Or you might have rules and new rules in your relationships, and you might demand, and you might, like, your energy shifts and you start preferring different type of relationships, and you might be drawn to more Neptunian, Saturnian people in your life, more responsible, more elderly or authoritative, with more experience in life. Or you can see your partner maybe becoming more responsible, more, or demanding more from you, or you demanding more from them. Or they might be more, also with Neptune, more artistic people. They are uh, more spiritual people in your life as well, but also more karmic relationships, especially the next 2 years, Saturn in your seventh house, and correcting mistakes in your relationships and ending relationships with the start of a new phase in your seventh house. Sometime in the next 2 years, some of you will end relationships that no longer serve them and start totally new ones with people that are more respectful of your boundaries, with people that are more, which is more Saturnian energy, of course, or people that are more spiritual, the Neptunian energy, or people that are more um, mature, let's say. And you'd prefer more commitment rather than casual, whether business or personal relationships. And also be careful, whatever your relationships you enter it for the next 2 years, they'll be very long term. Even if they're not the healthiest or happiest sometimes, or they might be. But it's like new energy, and it's almost like you have new responsibility towards others. And you might be, some of you might be called over the next 36 years to be more public role. Seventh house is the public, the audience, to work with others on one, to consult others, so to do something in a partnership. Or they might be called to have a responsibility towards another, towards the public, or to bring out some important message, or to do more business. This can be like your soul decided next 36 years, there will be some business, 6th, 7th houses business, some business that you do, more exchange with people. But to do this correctly, you have to learn boundaries, and you have to learn to recognize the fake ones from how to trust others. And you'll be learning that for many years ahead, especially intense the next 2 years. But after that, because the cycle is 36 years, it's like take a PhD in relationships, in understanding others, in understanding what the public wants, what client wants, what your partner wants. And you see, I can give you a bit more encouragement because Libra is naturally attuned to, they always see the side, the point of the other, the side of the other, the need. They always see both coins. So you're very well aligned with this mission that the universe gives you, whether it's to work with others one-on-one, to reach out to the public, to do business, to do sales, 7th house is sales, or to bring out public thing, or to work with others, because you naturally notice the needs of others, and you become more and more masterful at that, and more attuned and intuitive towards those needs with Neptune there. But Saturn also will teach you, like, when you give the finger and they take the whole hand, to say no. I'm not just going to be a fool for you. I would gladly sacrifice and help Neptune, whether it's your partners or other people in your life. I would gladly help. Neptune is this Christ principle: help, give, forgive, as long as you're also respectful, and as long as you also know your responsibilities and duties here, which is Saturn, as long as you don't trespass certain barriers. So this is the highest manifestation of Saturn Neptune. Also, Saturn Neptune is the creator of civilizations, I call it, in Aries in particular. So you can create something of extreme importance that you give to the public, or extreme importance together in collaboration with another or others. And Neptune is vision. Saturn is manifesting in the matter. So vision, for the highest manifestation, manifesting vision. You get vision, you manifest it, and you fulfill a relationship that it's, co-creative, or a business, or with another person, you co-create something. You take on new responsibility with another or with partner, and you want to build a new vision, a new life for yourself. Or even if you're already married in a relationship, it can be a new chapter and phase in that relationship for you. Like suddenly you or your partner has a new vision, or new needs, or new responsibilities, and new circumstances in their life, that you have to rethink the direction of your life because of another important person in your life. And it can be a wonderful thing that you decide, okay, we want to live. Our goal is that over the next 1-2 decades or 3 decades, we're going to become self-sufficient. Aries is independence, self-sufficiency. We're going to live off grid, or we're going to do our own business, so we're not dependent on the system, or we're going to homeschool our kids. You need to take responsibility together with another. Or me and my partner business, we're going to create something, because Saturn, Neptune, to create, to manifest some ideal, Neptune. That's the best that it can play out over the next 30 years. The hardest thing is that it can start with removing people from your life, leaving people, especially at the beginning of the cycle, that you learn some heavy lessons about relationships the hard way, especially if you don't know how to recognize truth from untruth, how to recognize, how to keep your promises, especially if you make mistakes in relationships. There will be very quick karmic consequences. Both Saturn and Neptune are karmic. If you make promises and don't keep them, there will be strong slapping with the ruler. Then it will ease off in 2 years. Then Saturn will square in 7 years again. Aries, sorry. So again, if you haven't learned your lesson, so every 7 years, there will be till you're very moral with others and you demand the same from them. It sounds like some cock blocker energy there. It can be a little bit, but once you're comfortable with that, you're not gonna, you say it up front, what your demands are, what your expectations are. Saturn wants very clear-cut boundaries, while Neptune makes you do it with compassion. Or the other thing is Neptune you can be so deluded in relationships that you need to get some slaps from Saturn to wake you up to the reality. But you have to be very careful not to make mistakes, cheat, or if you want to keep a relationship, cheat, or business partnership or collaboration. When you make a promise, you keep it, even if there is temptation or if there is some disappointment. Be upfront, clear, separate with a partner, and then go and do what you want, because there'll be very quick repercussions. That's what I said, and it's not just now. So many years ahead. So best behaviors with others. But as I said, Libra is here to learn about relationships, to do the best it can. So they're very, what can I say, very attuned and aligned to this mission. And if you're an honorable person with others, if you know how to put boundaries, if you know how to help others, be kind, Neptune, but at the same time, not allow them to take your life over and allow them to misuse you as well, um, you can achieve something wonderful in collaborations with others. So business or something like that, or some wonderful relationships can appear for you that help you fulfill mission and that take you in a new direction. Thank you so much, guys. That's about it. Fifth, you see, there is very strong activations, fifth and seventh house, and that's not just in February, because this conjunction is strong the whole year and affects you for 36 years. While the fifth house eclipses, they're just starting in February, but they have 2 years of them. So it's like romance and relationships. There is this theme of who do you let into your heart? How do you love? Transformation there. For some of you can be the start, the chapter of totally new relationship. I hope that's not for my husband. Or maybe your partner changing and how you love each other, something new appearing there. I hope that's it. That changes the dynamic in the relationship or changes your mutual goals together as a partnership, or your interactions with others changes a lot. And it's also children, romance, all of those things. There you go, Libra. And by the way, if you'd like to study with me astrology, if you like my style, I'm starting a long-term course of 3 to 4 months in March the 20th. I do such courses very rarely, once every 2, 3 years. Even the last time I did was 2021 or 22, 4 years already, I'm not sure. So progressions, they map out your life ahead from birth till death. They map out not just this year, next year. You look at progressions and say, whoa, in your 60s, you'll be like from your 60s to your 80s, will be the most social time of your life. You'll have so many friends. Or, oh, that actually you really focus on your career from your 20s to your 40s. Or maybe you focus on, you really see where the focus of a person is, where their life is going, where the astro, because progressions show the astral development of how the person evolves and what their priorities will be and how their life will unfold. It's the best predictive tool for long-term, that I love together with transit. So join me. There is early bird discount for just $299 for 60 hours or more of classes. I usually make it up to 80 hours, and it's very personal with lots of stories and examples. Astrology is amazing. It's so much fun. And yeah, I make it very practical. Join me if you want. And then it becomes the full price of in a few weeks. So thank you. Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, February 2026. Scorpio this month. Look at this. So many planets, especially the first 10, 20 days in Aquarius in your fourth house. If this is you, fourth house is the bottom of the horoscope. So this is more introspective, introverted, turned towards you, towards your feelings, or towards your family and home. But there's some very important things happening there. From the very beginning of February, Venus is being born, becomes visible in your fourth house together with Mercury at the same time, simultaneously, the first week of February. This is rare and very auspicious sign. Whatever planet becomes visible after it's been invisible because it was too close to the sun, we call it the birth. We call it the birth of Aphrodite. Beautiful event astrologically. And the birth of Apollo, Hermes, Mercury. Mercury is known as when it's before the sun and it becomes visible, which becomes very rare, the birth of Apollo. So new positive Aphrodite and Apollo being born in your fourth house of family. There can be some good news, Mercury connected to family or coming from loved ones or extended family or connected to real estate or property, or new beginnings, positive about parenthood, about your parents, or about your family again. They can be finding a new place to live, for example, Venus being born there, making it easier, selling a house or buying a house or doing something nice around your home and house, or maybe something good developing there, or making some decision and new beginnings connected to the whole family or connected to your personal life. Some of you might even be some good news like settling down. So if you have anything to do, especially, and fourth house is emotional well-being and happiness. So kind of Venus being born there can heal some emotional difficult situation, can solve a problem of your personal psychological well-being, can create more sense of happiness, or maybe even just more time at home that you enjoy, that uh, or some new circumstances around your personal private life. This is the fourth house. But we also have an eclipse there. So Mercury and Venus, the first 14, let's say the first especially 10 days, becoming visible in your fourth house. Scorpio, it can indicate, it can be good time, anything to do with real estate, with property, with family, get-togethers or family endeavors or activities, or anything to do with uh, children, all this personal stuff at home. And then towards the 20th, we have an eclipse, and you can feel it even earlier. And this is the first eclipse in your fourth house since 2016, 2017, since 2018. They were happening then, the eclipses in Aquarius. And before that, eclipses in Aquarius with the North Node, exactly like this one, was 2008, 2009. Think back to it. And they can be, probably because the North Node eclipse with the fourth house, can be some surprise regarding the family. Sometimes it can be a move that you decide. And this is the first of the eclipses in the fourth house. So some of you, especially the later born Scorpios, the last 5 degrees, 25 to 30 degrees, they might have those changes in their personal life, place of living, family, important decisions, pivotal, fatal decisions they take, a new member to family, change of dynamics already from February, while later, earlier Scorpios might come in a year from now when the other eclipses in Aquarius in earlier degrees happen. But all Aquarius, not Aquarius, Scorpios should look out that there is possibility of some big shift in the what's happening at family, at home. As I said, with the North Node eclipse, new moon, new beginnings. North Node, something new, material, maybe a new home, new place of living. That will transpire over the next 6 months to 2 years, because eclipses continue for another 2026, 2027 in your fourth house. So that can be something big fated, like a relocation, property, new member to family, settling down, building some big shift with parents, mother, father, change in that direction, in the circumstances of their life, in your relationship with them. And of course, eclipse can be more, it can create more shakeups, surprises out of the blue, even if it's good, even if, or negative. It's with eclipses, it's a bit hard to predict, but it aligns you, it's fated in a way. And it's meant to happen like that. And it brings some new elements. But because Venus is there, I have hope that, and Mars is there, I have hope that because Venus becomes visible, that it protects. So it's towards the good side, the things that happen. So yeah, that's, also some kind of a breaking away from, because the North Node eclipse, North Node is independent, it's rebellious planet that when it causes the eclipses, the solar eclipses, it's something new, innovative. So maybe a change in your relationships with family, or you breaking away sometimes from the bonds of family and kind of rebelling or the ancestral patterns, breaking through ancestral patterns and creating new life patterns for yourself. Because the fourth house is the rhythms, the routines, the daily rhythms of life as well. So maybe creating a new daily rhythm for yourself or for your family. All right. That's the eclipse, and it's just the first of its kind. And then we have another big event in February. It's the beginning of the North of Neptune-Saturn conjunction. Actually, in the last 36 years, you're under the influence of Saturn-Neptune conjunction that started in 1989. Maybe you were born into it, maybe you were adult already when it happened, but for 36 years, the third house is not bad at all, but some kind of collective, let's say, paying off karma, connected to siblings, to relatives, or connected to some work, connected to communications, and so on. But actually now a totally new theme is entering for you, which is Saturn Neptune for the next 36 years, joining in your sixth house of service and work. So what can it mean? It can mean that you might be called in a new career or work direction already from February for some of you, but within the next 2 years, because this is such a long cycle, 36 years, that it takes the first 2 years after the conjunction to start seeing the direction, because the direction you're going, you might just plant the seeds now. Maybe like you decide that you go for another job, so you're going to start pre-qualifying, or you get an idea about it, and maybe in the next 2 years it kind of solidifies, and then maybe in 7 years finally you are able, because you have to study or whatever, or maybe in 7 years you're able to start this new job and service, or for some of you can be immediate. It's a very long cycle, but at least in the next 2 years you'd get clarity more and more about the universe is calling you to some new service, to sacrifice, to help, to contribute. Sixth house is job, work. So it can be, and it can happen in painful or easy way. It can happen like an inspiration, or it can happen like problems at work with colleagues, dissatisfaction. It doesn't, too many hours they give you, they don't recognize you. So you're like, okay, I'll move to another sector. Or problems with employees, and you're like, okay, I need different employees. And gradually this starts unfolding. It's not an overnight miracle. That's what I'm trying to say. There's no new themes will slowly start unfolding. And it can be like a new mission. And especially if you have interest in service positions. What are sixth house jobs? Let's say all jobs are sixth house if you work, but it's anything especially service oriented, or anything connected to the military, anything connected to nursing, to pharmacy, to doctors and nurses, anything connected to people that work for, like, what's that called? Manage and organizes administrative field. So for the government, that the government service people, it can be a new mission or a new, job in such direction. It's also in the fitness and health industry, well-being industry, mental health industry, helping people fix their problems, correct their problems, auditing, finding problems and helping others fix them. This is where you can have a new mission in life to do for many years ahead in one of those fields, sixth house fields. It can also mean that you are called to start new habits. Sixth house is how we take care of our health, and this the disease. When there is an imbalance in the body, maybe we don't sleep, we don't eat enough, we don't exercise correctly, whatever. Saturn Neptune calls you that you really, it has to become priority, not just this February, for many years ahead. And then you can have like you can contribute collectively to the raising of consciousness by first, you don't have to go change the world. You do it because Saturn Neptune has, where it falls in your horoscope, it has strong impact on many people around you for years ahead. But you make the change by changing your lifestyle and health habits. Maybe, I don't know, you start working out. Maybe you become health conscious. Maybe you find some routines and daily habits that ground you and that actually make you more independent, Aries, and stronger health-wise and mentally, because sixth house is mental and physical health and imbalances in particular. So Saturn, Neptune, they ask you to work, to focus a lot on it and fix your own imbalances, improve your daily habits, sleeping routines, whatever. And then when you perfect it, there might be actually for many of you mission to help others in difficult situations with that for many, many decades ahead, to give service to them through that. And so, yeah, if you're interested in any of those topics, that especially in the next 2 years with Saturn there, better health routines, better sport of some sort, better eating habits, you become serious about such things. And by the way, when you fix yourself with this, you contribute collectively, you give the service and sacrifice that Saturn Neptune wants, and you help solve a health problem of yours or whatever, and you can help many others after that, because it's not just Saturn transiting your sixth house. Saturn and Neptune starting a new cycle means you can make a big difference in the world for many years ahead once you fix your own sixth house, which is once you find the right employment, once you learn the right habits of being clean, organized, healthy, responsible with your body, once you perfect ability to find problems and fix them, to fulfill your duties and responsibilities and errands. The more organized and responsible you are, the better your results, and your Saturn Neptune conjunction can give you great rewards after that. For many years, it can open a new possibility for you. Also, sixth house is house of litigation, suing each other's enemies. So, try and keep such animosity stable so you don't have to deal with them for many years and such problems, to be kind of more, distant. But it also makes you Saturn Neptune conjunction there can give you like very fated, let's say, work, job responsibilities, and new habits, daily routines, and can help you really. Like, I've never seen other times like you have in the next 2 years when people have Saturn through the sixth house, let alone another big planet like Neptune, they can change their health. Sometimes there is an initial health crisis to point out where the issue is, where the imbalance is. And then you have 2 years while Saturn is there to learn to manage it, control it, minimize it, to, and to get to the root of it and to start controlling it. Sometimes you don't fully eliminate it. Sometimes you learn to live with it and manage it and control it, and through healthy routines and habits. And this is great time to stop unhealthy habits. Like my husband just had Saturn and Neptune through his sixth house. He stopped smoking weed, and stopped drinking. Towards the end of the transit, this happened, but I'm telling you, the next 2 years, this is, even if you're not immediately successful now from February, you have till 2028 to do that, and you will do it. Saturn gives this determination, resolve, especially because it starts a new cycle with Neptune. It's like a brand new way of looking and thinking about those things, and about your consciousness there changes in a profound level. So you can make big, big, long-lasting changes. And by the way, Neptune there will say that if you do the hard work now, after that, for the next many years after that, it can be just inspirational. The hard work is the next 2 years you do with Saturn, whether it's at your job, at your daily habits, at your putting your material life into order, responsibility, order, organization as well. fixing problems around, especially of practical material nature, or even taking responsibilities for animals. You might have some mission with pets and animals, which is also the sixth house. And if you do this correctly, after that, Neptune can mean bliss, to follow your bliss career-wise, to things to flow, to contribute collectively, like giving. Neptune is very giving, very things flowing, or with your health and so on. But if you don't do it correctly at the beginning, the next 2 years, there can be issues that you're consistently having to deal with. And sometimes it's karmic. Sometimes we have to deal with big chapter of life, karmic situations in some way. But yeah, try to do the best you can for 2 years in the sixth house, with to service to others, to be responsible, to be this Virgo qualities, to fix problems, to be responsible, to pay attention to details, to get your work done, to learn to have healthier habits. And then I promise you, you'd get like a lot of flow there and a bigger mission that divinely inspired Neptune that can give you. All right, so you see, it's kind of the major planets are here below the horizon, doing a lot of the work, more introverted, introspective time, but a lot of good things you can do. And Mercury goes retrograde, by the way, towards the end of the month, from the 25th, 6th in your fifth house. So romantic partners from the past can get in touch with you. You can have to discuss, especially the last 7, 8, 10 days of February and the first 20 days of March, things in your romantic relationships that you want to address, that you need to rebalance something there, or important discussions with your children or loved ones is the fifth house. Changing something in your relationships with your children, setting new rules or changing the rules, or with romantic partners. And fifth house is also how you have fun, having to re-examine the way you have fun, the places you have fun in, or maybe revisit some old destinations, holiday destinations, old hobbies and ways that you were enjoying yourself before. Pick up an old hobby you forgot, or an old, because fifth house is destinations, fun, entertainment, enjoying yourself. Mercury retrograde there can mean redo something you haven't done or you used to do before. Or if you have creative projects, you might be rethinking, reimagining them the end of February, the beginning of March, or maybe things some delayed there, or some issues you have to work with children and romantic partners, or with a creative project or business. If you have your own business, which is like your own baby, you might have to, correct something. You see what's not working, fix it. Maybe some delays there, or seeing it from a different perspective, doing it a bit differently, completing it, editing it. That's Mercury retrograde. But don't forget, the biggest thing is new, maybe career direction, mission, job, new service, new direction towards holistic and ways to balance yourself. This is what Saturn Neptune demands. And this fourth house, first eclipse there, saying maybe the beginning of a new circumstances in your home and family. So thank you so much, Scorpio. And as I said, Mercury retrograde in the fifth house can be people from the past reconnecting with you romantically, or maybe a child you haven't seen in a while comes back to visit you, or you go have fun with people you haven't had fun for a while. That's the good side of it. And if you'd like to learn astrology with me from March, when Mercury turns direct, we're starting progressions. It will be 3 to 4 month course. I do this once every 3 to 4 years, a big course, and it's full of stories, of examples of, we cover absolutely everything, progression, position, and it shows you how the whole life unfolds, not just this year or the next few months. Progressions is a predictive tool that maps out your life. Maybe you can see, oh, you're going to have so many planets in air in your from 30 to 50, it will be the most social time of your life. Or from 50 to 70, you're going to have a lot of planets in fire. This will be when you're most active. This is when you're most inspired. And it's not only that, specific events can be timed, especially big things like falling in love and so on. the defining moments. It's all through progressions. You don't need to know much astrology. The name of the planets is enough, and a little bit of knowing about the houses. All the rest, I will cover it. So join me. It's discounted, 30% off for the early birds till we get to 150 people. Then the price goes full, and it will be live, and you'll get recordings every week. Thank you. Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, February 2026. Well, it is indeed the one and only transit in your life you're going to experience like that. It will never repeat. Actually, looking back, we could not find when Saturn and Neptune met at 0 degrees Aries in human history ever, at least in the recorded 4,000 or 5,000 years history. They've met in Aries before 700 years ago or 300 years ago, but never at the 0 degrees. So, really, once in a lifetime transit, life changing, the biggest one. And it's happening in February on the 20th, but you're not going to feel immediately the effects. Maybe some of you will start because it takes 36 years. At least half of this cycle that starts now, which is 36 years of Saturn and Neptune, at least by the time you get halfway through it, which is around 36 divided by 2, 17 years, something like that, 18 years, I don't know. Then you can start seeing fully the results of what was seeded now. Then we'll probably see fully the results, halfway through the cycle, but it is starting now. Or sometimes I've seen it starts working earlier, but this influence stays in the life of the person as a mission for the next 30 years. So something will change. Something big will start. You'll start feeling it from 2026 as a shift in you, as the direction, as like the whole universe is recalibrating around you and your interests in your direction in life. Because Saturn and Neptune, they build universes together. They build these archetypes. The archetype of Saturn is the builder, Neptune is the inspiration, the ideal. So you get an ideal, you get a new vision, Neptune, download. Neptune is connection to the invisible world. And Saturn, you put it into practice. You materialize it. You build it. And it's happening. It's activating your fifth house, Sagittarius. So the next 36 years, you're being called, what is fifth house? To be a co-creator. It's the house of creativity. It's the house where your ideas, your creations create the kingdom that you want to live in. So the perfect life you want. Some of you might want to be very rich. Some of you might want to be independent from the system. Some of you dream to contribute something to the world. Some of you dream to create a kingdom of a happy family with a farm, with a homestead. Everyone has a different vision of the kingdom they want. And Saturn and Neptune meeting together, they're saying the next 36 years, you can exactly do that. Build the ideal kingdom. Co-create with God. You would have much stronger manifesting ability for years ahead than before. Much stronger ways to manifest what you get as an inspiration. Fifth house is what we truly love, is the house of falling in love, is the house of the things and the people we love the most, that gives us the most joy. The fifth house is the most happiness. It's called happiness house, joy-giving happiness. And we're happiest when we create, not when we consume. By the way, Saturn and Neptune were in your second house. They started in 1989, a cycle in your second house. Maybe you are not even born then, which is just finishing now. Second house is more of a consumerist house. Second house is what can I take? What can I to support me? It's connected to money, to finances, to self-worth. And you're ending this cycle of 36 years. Some were born into it, but some just, that's all they remember. And it was about lessons about material problems, financial, material, self-worth. And those lessons are ending. Those difficulties, or if you've had some certain situations around finances, will end. For some of you, it can feel now that such a relief, you don't have some financial burden anymore, or financial problems disappear. They stop being a priority. Especially Saturn and Neptune can indicate losses or difficult karmic lessons there from past lifetimes and so on. So if you've been consistently in a loop of financial problems, so self-worth, lower self-worth, or even second house is how you eat, what you put in your body, what you consume. Or it can end now. Those problems and those karmic issues there will end. Or if you, or maybe some source of income or source of where you spend your money and source of financial support will disappear now. But something much bigger is starting with Saturn Neptune, because the fifth house compared to the second one where where they had their cycle for 36 years is way more beneficial. It's luckier. It's the house of good karma from past lifetimes. That's why if you've done good deeds past lifetimes, early in this lifetime, when the fifth house gets activated, this good karma gets released, gets activated as well. And it feels to others as if you're at the right place at the right time, but you've earned that. You just don't remember it. You just don't make the correlation between maybe a kid at school that you helped and that suddenly someone, and that you were nice to them when you were little, and suddenly an opportunity appearing for you. And fifth house, that's why we say it's a very lucky house, and Saturn and Neptune unlock it. They're karmic planets. But also the biggest luck from the fifth house is that your creative abilities awaken, your creative talents, your natural talents that might have been slumbering, that you were not aware that existed, that you had them. You become aware of them gradually. And you can turn that into a career or mission over the next 30 years. Some of you might sing and they didn't know that, and they activate this conjunction now activates it, and they do singing for years ahead. Others might be great teachers. Fifth house is very much connected to teaching children as well. And they activate suddenly this new mission, this new talent that they unfold, for example, over the next 7 years. And then in 7 years, they start working it, and they work it for, 14, 15, 20 years ahead. Or maybe immediately, if you're already aware of your talents, now you can start manifesting with those talents. You can start just having the inspiration, Neptune, and manifest it in real life, build something around an original idea of yours. Fifth houses, or maybe you have a talent in sports for some of you, or some, others, sport talents, especially in Aries, can be talents of leadership, talents of competitiveness, of to create a startup. Fifth house rules also anything we create ourselves. It might be a startup, it might be a business, it might be a baby. For some of you, it can be this conjunction can activate almost like a karmic connection with a child, a soul to attract, or can really change your attitude towards having children. And some of you might decide, okay, I'm not going to have children in this life, but I'm going to create, and my children will be my creations. Some people, very talented people, either have lost a child or never had a child because they have a bigger mission, the whole world or bigger group of people or their children that they educate. And or some of you might have a mission with children. And the funny thing is, I have one friend, Sagittarius rising, because Saturn and Neptune were already in the fifth house for a couple of months in conjunction in 2025 for 3 months. And that's exactly when she released the book for children. And suddenly now she's constantly in schools and promoting it and reading to kids. And she says, this is my mission. I feel alive. I was awakened to what I truly love. Fifth house is what you truly love, your true talents. She says, I'm a writer for kids' stories. And she created an incredible project during the first Saturn-Neptune conjunction. They weren't exactly conjunct in the summer, but they were together in Aries. Some of you got a glimpse. Others will get the glimpse from now on. And fifth house is also what makes your heart sing, what makes you feel connected, joyful, in the flow. Usually when we create things, and the things that we're meant to create, it's a Dharma house, the house of your highest manifestation, the house of what your soul is here to do. And when you find out the thing that your soul is here to do, someone, as I said, might be singing, for someone might be teaching kids, for someone might be content creation, writing books. Everyone has a different thing. These two planets will help you unfold this and maybe even turn it into a career and contribute, because they're collective planets. Saturn and Neptune, when they come together, they show what is your responsibility collectively to the raising of consciousness. And you might do it on a small scale by, you know, focusing a lot of your energies towards your children for the next, 3 decades, which is one thing is fifth house. Others might do it on a big scale, maybe, some big talent that they have that they collectively contribute to, because Saturn Neptune is a sacrifice through work. Neptune is sacrifice, Saturn is work, through work and duties that you give collectively to raise vibration, to contribute. And in the fifth house, this is through your own creative or original ideas. So it is time now to shine and be original. For many years, you might be called to really do some original business, a startup, or with your unique talents to contribute to the world. And it's something that will give you joy in the heart. And you have the next 2 years to figure out what they are, because Saturn is in Aries for the next 2 years. That's when the process kickstarts. So it's not exactly on February 20th you'd awaken and you'd be like, aha, this is what my dharma is and my path in life. And this is, how to unlock my good luck. It's 2 years period that, while Saturn, Neptune will stay for 14 more years, but the cycle is 36 years till they meet again. So it will unlock for you gradually, for you to maybe find a talent, develop it, master it for the next 2 years, and then start monetizing it or start contributing it as a gift, as a sacrifice to others, or as a job, as a work. Fifth house is also, so it's time for you to be original. Fifth house is, some of you might have it's speculative investments, so stock markets or startups or something where you put less, but you get a lot more. Again, it's luck, almost like game of chance, of gambling. But it's, if you have the good karma from past lifetimes, early actions, and your soul decided to use it. Now, when Saturn Neptune entered there, some of you might really, by karmic law, by karmic consequences, like gain something big, in a sense. Suddenly become, it's one of the houses of wealth. Suddenly become, gain even lottery, or maybe they've invested in some crypto that they put $1,000 in it, and suddenly this crypto, some stock turns into 100,000. So this is speculative investments, games of chance, and so on. But also, fifth house is the house of love and romance. How can this activation there play out? It's new beginnings of some sort. They meet at 0 degrees in your fifth house. And that is like maybe a brand new romance, brand new romantic interest. But there is a karmic connection. Saturn, Neptune, they're connected with past life, both of them. There is like a soul connection, Neptune, and past life connection, Saturn, that might be some of the most important romantic relationships. And it's not going to be short term. Saturn means longevity, long term, and there's something to work on together romantically through this person. That there would be one of the biggest evolutionary and lessons that you learn will be through some romantic relationship, but it will be very significant and important. For others that are already in relationships, this is calling for a reset of your love life, and for re-examining of how you do it, and start doing it in a different way. Start showing love and connecting with love in a different way. And especially in the next 2 years, this big changes will happen, that who you let into your heart, how you connect with others, how you stay in love, how you have fun together, how you share, this is that all the topics of love is the fifth house, the heart chakra. And uh, even if there's some kind of heartbreak, these are heavy planets. This will teach you and will set the tone for the next 30 years what not to allow in your love life, what not to allow to break your heart, and how to protect your heart. And you definitely become in a more serious mode about love, who you fall in love with, who you let be. And you have certain demands and rules. I have new rules and I count them when it comes to love. That's very much Saturn in fifth house with Neptune conjunction, the new beginnings there. Fifth house is your children. They can be a new phase in the life of children. If you have children, grown up or small, doesn't matter. It's like new responsibilities or a new maturation phase of theirs, or they might need your help with something that they're starting, or you might become more disciplined or put some new rules for your children as well, or have to help them through something. That's like a new theme that starts overall in your life from February. That's focused either on children or on your love life. Can be both as well for some. Well, Saturn there, Neptune says remove everyone that is, remove romantically people that are basically not the right ones. It will give you a lot of awareness of that. Let them go, release them, Neptune, cut them off, Saturn, while allowing ones that are responsible, Saturn, and also that are with open hearts, Neptune, that accept you as you are. Neptune is very accepting planet, but Saturn is planet of responsibility. So they're very opposite. Neptune is like, so you have to learn to be open in your heart, but also set rules to believe in love, to believe that the big love is possible, that it's possible to be loved unconditionally the way you are, Neptune. And at the same time, to have certain rules, which if they get trespassed, to cut this person off. So it's difficult to be like, oh, I'm in love with the soul of the other person with the potential, Neptune. Uh, but I also see the reality. Neptune is the ideal. And when Neptune in the fifth house, you see the ideal of the other person. You see their potential, but maybe they are an alcoholic, or maybe but they have a great potential, and you see they have some talent or whatever. They're very loving, but they have an addiction, or they something, thing. And then Saturn sees the reality and says, okay, I love you, but I'm not going to enable you, because Neptune is super enabling and Saturn is not. Saturn is like, no nonsense. So you have to combine the energies of both and learn how to love not just your romantic partners, marriage partners, but also your children, your close and dear loved people, with a combination of this. uh, it's like tough love, unconditional but tough love. Neptune is unconditional love. You'd give, especially if you see the other person is trying to change. You'd give, you'd support, but you'd put boundaries. So you have to find a way to combine both. That's what Saturn and Neptune will be teaching you for many years ahead. You might even become a master. You might have a mission to teach people later down the road over the next 36 years at some point about love, romance, relationships, or about speculative investments, or about children, or about creativity, or about confidence and how to start things. Fifth house very much about fulfilling your creative potential. Or you can just develop new interests, new hobbies, do a new sport that influences you very positively for decades ahead. Especially fifth house is sports, hobbies, things we love to do that make us feel alive, that connect us with the flow of life, to feel kind of lustful life and sparkly. But initially it might not feel so, because Saturn, it's just the next 2 years is an exploration stage and to work hard towards acquiring some hobby or talent. And at the beginning, it's a bit of a hard work. Even if you're talented about it, talent is 5%, the efforts are 95. And Saturn says here, yes, you discover some talent or hobby, something that makes you feel alive, but you need to put the efforts in the next 2 years to master it. And after that, Saturn moves out of your fifth house and only Neptune remains. And Neptune is all about flow. You get into flow. It's this thinking, either it's a sport, or either it's a hobby, or either it's some talent that you can develop, master, and then for years and decades ahead, it can become a source of blessing for you. It can become a source of connection to flow and to God. And every time Aries gets activated, you'd plug into this divine charger, because fifth house is like the divine energy you can connect with that makes you feel alive. So yeah, this is a lot of the focus there, whether it's romance, creativity, and so on. But it's good because it's trining. It's trining Aries, Saturn, Neptune are trining Sagittarius the whole 2026, 2027. This conjunction is very auspicious in a sense. And whatever you begin in the next couple of years, it will be long lasting because Saturn trine of Saturn is an auspicious aspect. Trine is about growth, opportunities, efforts, because Saturn is the planet. Saturn is about efforts and working hard, but it will give long lasting results, whatever you're building in your life. So have patience as well. All right. So this is the big epochal Saturn-Neptune conjunction for you. Where is your magic? Where is your creative spark? Your uniqueness? How are you different and unique? And some people might, their mission might be to become famous or to be in center stage positions. Fifth house rules politics. Fifth house rules the arts and drama and theater and entertainment industry. Some of you might have content creation of any sort. So some of you might have truly like a bigger mission in those fields, whether it's politics, whether it's center stage roles, whether it's startups or children as well, as I said, creativity and so on. All right. So that is it, Sagittarius, this fifth house. Uh, but then we have a big eclipse as well. So this month just keeps giving the most epochal conjunction that you're never going to experience again, and that sets your life for 30 years, 36. And then an eclipse that defines the eclipses of fated events. And this is the first eclipse in Aquarius since 8 years. There wasn't an eclipse in Aquarius since 2016, 17, 2017, 18 were the eclipses in Aquarius, but they were with the south node. Now the eclipses will be caused by the north node, which is kind of a gainful energy. The last time there were eclipses in Aquarius with the north node was 2008, 2009. Think back to it. I'm not saying exactly the same topics will repeat. It's always like a spiral that goes up. But yeah, it starts, and this is the first of the eclipses in Aquarius in your third house. There will be another one in 2026, so for a couple of years. So some of you will feel it straight away from February, others later on. So, what is an eclipse in your third house? And look how many planets are in your third house. Very busy month. Maybe a lot of short trips, communications, mental work. Third house is mental work, maybe a lot of devices or curiosity about news, reading, speaking, media. Third house rules, all of those things. All those words can become more of a, all those things can become more of focus for you. Writing, speaking, meetings, business meetings, transactions, interactions, skill learning. But the eclipse, the and Mercury and Venus are being born there, so you can, which means the beginning, new beginnings. Two planets becoming visible. They were invisible. Venus for 40 days. So when Venus is born, very auspicious, positive astrological event is depicted in many Renaissance paintings. Aphrodite being born out of the ocean in a seashell. That's Venus becoming visible. It's an astrological event. The birth of Venus, of Aphrodite, in your third house. Beautiful event. So you can meet people or make associates. Third house is associates, colleagues, workmates, or just people in your social environment that you become friends with, or people that you associates to do something together, to make a team with, to do some project, to someone from your immediate environment, good interactions. Maybe you can meet nicer neighbors or form nicer neighbor relationships or neighbor initiatives, or maybe start something with a sibling or relative or a friend that is positive. Third house, Venus being and Mercury, especially the first 2 weeks of February, being born in your third house, beautiful time for any announcements, for any new beginnings in media, if you want to start a website, if you want to publish something online, if you want to bring out a project or start working on a project. Third house is marketing, advertising, managing work. Again, so and look, at the same time we have this creative house very strongly activated. So it's about creative ideas, original ideas. And then we have this business house, third house, very strongly activated, which is marketing, advertising, transactions, sales, uh, all of those things, the skills. So skills and using your brain plus very original creative ideas. So can you start giving birth from February of something? Take on and start learning about it. Third house is to learn skills, to learn more about it. Might be a skill to edit, might be a skill to learn a language, might be a skill to learn an instrument so you can unfold this talent, creative talent, maybe of playing an instrument. So it's very good activations for Sagittarius. Maybe a new beginnings in starting like a website or publishing an article or buying communication devices the first 2 weeks of February. Third house is, laptops, phones, doing something online initiative as well. So if you want to buy a car or transportation, if you want to buy a scooter, a car, tickets for travel, if you want to do some short trips, the first 2 weeks, so let's say 20 days, wonderful. After that, not so much. After that, Mercury goes retrograde and so on but yeah, initiating anything in third house, new associates, contacts, presence on some social media if you want to have, marketing campaign, business transaction deal, and so on. Learning something new, reading more, discovering information. Third house is all of this research as well. Wonderful time. And of course, an eclipse in your third house even enhances more. It's not just Mercury and Venus being born there, but there is an eclipse happening there, which shows something new is being born. The eclipse is when sun and moon exactly like that. And that's, of course, is the symbol of fertilization or the planting of the seeds of something new that can unfold over the next year and a half while the couple of years while eclipses continue there. And again, it's the new beginnings. I can be about learning a skill, about starting something online, about some business opportunities or some contacts and connections, or meeting with people in your environment, making new friends. Of course, it's an eclipse. There can be some crisis situation, either with siblings, with neighbors, but because Venus is also born there, it should mitigate situations, as I said. Some surprising developments that comes from your immediate environment with associates, teammates, workmates, schoolmates, neighbors, relatives. Let's see how it can play out. For me, it's usually I love third house activations. I'm very busy with projects. I'm working on projects. Usually, then new ideas come about that, and I'm like in the process of using a lot of my skills and communication. It's busy. People call you. There's meetings and stuff. I like this. If you're like me, or if not, some people it might be nightmare for them. Short trips and so on. But then Mercury goes retrograde around the 25th, 26th in your fourth house, Sagittarius, and most of March till the 20th, it's retrograde there. So the last 10 days of February, let's say, or the last 7 days of February till the 27th, 28th, just be careful with family members. There might be some, the need to resolve some conflict or to say some things that one said to bring them up. There can be the need to change something around home or some home projects and some home property or real estate projects might be delayed or need to be changed or fixed in some way, or something around the home needs fixing, or for selling or buying real estate, there can be the need to change again something. Or you might be having either meeting parents or family you haven't seen in a while, or coming back to a place where you used to live or where you're from originally, reconnecting with your roots or exploring your family past. So it's kind of digging the past, or kind of memories from the past, from childhood that you're exploring and having some realizations about ancestral patterns, as well as the fourth house that you have. And kind of becoming the last week of the month, it's way more emotional, let's say. Gets more emotional, definitely, and kind of makes us think about the past and make us reconnect with people or close people from the past as well. So you see all of those big events are happening below the horizon for you. If this is the horizon, this is underneath. So it's kind of hidden work, it's internal processes. Um, More your thinking processes are going to change. Uh, your creative processes are going to change and recreative processes. How you recreate, how you create, how you think. But they're very compatible together, those influences. As I said, this is very business and this is very creative. This is very good at managing research, organization, this house that's being awakened for you now. And this is very good at being original and co-creating with God together. So I think they can be a very good combination together. So thank you so much, Sagittarius. Yes, love, the themes change towards love, romance, or creation. And experimentation. Third house is very experimental house as well. The fifth is love, creation. And the fifth is about, third is all about, let's experiment, let's go play in the dirt. I know how to do this exactly, but I'm gonna jump with both feet and I'll learn and I'll figure out how to swim in the water. This is the energy. And I'm encouraging you to do it. The North Node eclipses, they love the third house because third house is like kids playing parallel playing, and they're like, kids don't need rules to learn things. They kind of tried this, if you've seen young kids, and they figure it out somehow. And this is the spirit that this third house also brings to you for the next 2 years almost. It's like, okay, I'm gonna take the dive. I'm gonna be a bit reckless and experiment and try. Rather than, oh, and now planning every step of the journey. It's like dive in, start doing it, and you'll learn in the process. That's the energy of the third house that I tell you you should do. So thank you. And of course, if you'd like to learn astrology with me, I'm starting a 3 month course. I do those courses once every 3 years only. It's a rare opportunity, but it will be so much fun. I'll show you how to predict the future with progressions. You don't need to know much astrology. You just need to know the basic energies of the 12 signs, the symbols of the planets, and the meanings of the houses, the very basic. I'll show you how to predict what your life will be from birth to end. For example, when you have progressions, they show the big phases of life. They say like, oh, from your 40s to your 60s or to your mid 50s, you have many planets in air. Suddenly you become much more social, you have like a lot more connections. Maybe you are a shrinking violet to your 40s, till planets move into fire or into air. And so it's so fascinating. And we map out the life ahead, and the big events like falling in love, like moving, they always shown with progressions. It's crazy. That's my favorite method of prediction, and it's easy. So join me. There is 30% discount for early birds who order till March. It's only 299 for more than 60 hours, even 70 of lessons live. Thank you. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, February 2026. Capricorn, you are ending a 36-year cycle. In 1989 and 1990, a new cycle started in Capricorn between Neptune and Saturn. Maybe it gave some, and you've been living under it for years now. And even though it was active there for 1 year, it fell apart after. Its energy continued. So some of you were given more responsibilities, some karmic duties, because both Neptune and Saturn are very karmic. Some of you were born later into the 90s, but you were born under this energy that stayed with us, stayed with you till now. And it's 36-year cycle. And if you're Capricorn rising, for example, might have been some karmic predetermination about the whole path in your life. The need to take on more responsibilities and sacrifice more. Saturn is responsibility, Neptune is sacrifice. The need to kind of a bit, it's the both conjunctions, a bit of suffering as well, but also maybe some of you were given leadership position or positions of extra duties, just like this now goes to Aries, to the Aries people. Or some of you, if it's your sun there, maybe career wise, there was like some predetermination and karmic sacrifice and responsibility you have to do. If it's your moon, possibly in your private life, that there was more heavier, but also more demanding energies on you there. And now it's ending. It's ending, but it's moving into, it's going to happen. The next Saturn-Neptune conjunction, it's happening now in February on the 20th, but its effect is for 36 years. And it's going to be in your fourth house. And the fourth house shows that you're starting a brand new chapter in your life. So suddenly the problems that you've had for many, many years, or situations or things that interested you for many years, or circumstances, whether it's a career, whether it's a relationship situation, whether it's a mental state situation, a health problem as well, because the first house could have been also the body, will end. It will stop being an issue. Sometimes it can feel painful if you lose a career and self-identity that you've had for decades or at least many years. Will start ending from 2026, and maybe started already from 2025, because Saturn and Neptune dipped a little bit there, but the true conjunction happens now. And those themes, those either chapters of your life will finish, which for some of you can be a relief from a long-term illness. First house can be the physical body, release from a long-term duty and responsibility. For others might feel more scary, release from a role you used to play. You've always were the mother, you always were the CEO, you always were some certain job or whatever. It ends and a brand new chapter starts. And this brand new chapter is in your fourth house. So the responsibilities and duties and interests and fields of, because Saturn rules you as well, and it's part of this conjunction, and it's getting fructified by Neptune, like getting bees and the flowers by Neptune. And Neptune and you are Saturn, and Neptune is inspiration, new ideal, new vision, but also some karmic duty that you might have, and it's connected to family. So some of you, depending what age you are, might decide, well, I'll settle down. My focus becomes family. And for 3 decades ahead, you prioritize that family, settling down, parenthood. Others might be that Saturn and Neptune also has very karmic energy, like almost like predetermined, that their place of living changes. And they go to a place that is kind of predetermined from before you were born on Earth. Others might be that they take on new responsibilities connected to fourth house, and that they, like their either career focus or interest focus, moves towards real estate, towards homesteading, towards anything to do with home and family, anything to do with land and even agriculture in some way, anything to do with country or the seas. The fourth house is all of those things, or building even, or raising children, or hospitality fields. You might become captain of industry in some, Martha Stewart in some. Over the next 30 years, you might be called, maybe some of you know, to develop things for families, build, to sell real estate, or to teach mothers how to breastfeed. All of those family and children raising and home, and anything about the kitchen and the living room, and anything that helps families. Such field. You might be doing the rules and the laws about zoning for the next, decades, about zoning for, I don't know, or giving permits about building at homes. It can play out in very different ways, but the spheres are about this fourth house sphere. And another way some of you might be called to reorient themselves is history. Fourth house rules history. You might start developing interest in that, in your collective history, and contribute towards it, or the past of your family. Or fourth house is psychological house, understanding the roots of problems, where they're stemming from childhood, and digging deep, the wounded child, learning to heal it, learning to see what's not working in the ancestral pattern, family constellations. Maybe some of you might have a calling to become a master, or to contribute to the collective. raising of consciousness through some psychological work, through some work with families, through some work of the wounded child, or about understanding feelings, anything to do with needs and feelings, or anything about providing the immediate needs of families and psychological as well. So, or it can just, some of you can mean the beginning of a new home, the beginning of new developments in your family, new rules, new way of, you know, your circumstances, your living circumstances, your personal life circumstances start changing. And especially the next 2 years will show you, maybe not immediately from February, it's a long process, but the next 2 years will show you how those changes will happen. You might have to take on new responsibilities connected to family or property or parents, take care of a parent, pay off karmically. I mean, like duty towards sacrifice more towards your family, take more responsibilities, and so on. So yeah, let's see how this plays out. The next 2 years, Saturn will square you, Capricorn. So, like I have friends who are Capricorn rising and Capricorn sun, and because Neptune and Saturn were already for Saturn for 3 months, Neptune for 6 months in Aries. They didn't fully meet, but I have a friend who became a mother into her early 40s, late 30s for the first time. So that's like a brand new role. Until now, for years, she was alone and building businesses. Saturn, Neptune in the first house. She was born into this conjunction almost. And she was like always holding everything on her shoulders, keeping things together, always getting things, the first house is you being independent, building strength. Uh, she made businesses, startups, worked on her body, on to create the life she wanted. First houses, independence, initiative. And now this burden is taken from her shoulder, but she started a new role with the Saturn Neptune conjunction of a mother and homemaker and family. So that's how I seen a very beautiful example in my immediate environment, and I wish the same for you. So that's one big shift there. Now, the other big shift is an eclipse. How often is it to have an eclipse and the most epochal conjunction together in the same month? Eclipse is on the 20th of February, something like that, or 17th, sorry. I think, yes, it's on the 17th at the 20 later degrees, but it's happening in your second house. The last time you had eclipses in Aquarius with the South Node, though it's not exactly the same, but still was 2017, 18, and 2000, even from 16, maybe it started towards the end. And uh, the the time when it was truly with the North Node, the eclipses in Aquarius, because they're like South Node eclipses and North Node eclipses. They have a little bit of a different energy. The North Node eclipses was the last time they happened was 2008, 2009. So think back to it. And I'm not saying the same things will happen, but just some correlation. So a brand new theme starts here. We haven't had eclipses there in Aquarius for a long time, and eclipses are very fated events, and they quickly derail the train and put it on the tracks it's supposed to run on, the train being your life. And sometimes the events are fast, quick, a bit shocking, not like this transit, not like Saturn Neptune. It will unfold for many decades. Slowly, the seeds, gradually learning how to do it, mastering how to, anything to do with the fourth house, home, family, so on. This thing is fast. Eclipses, they have fast influence, more immediate. And it's happening in your second house. It's again connected to, in ancient astrology, it is family related, your support system, and family again is the support system and finances. So you see very kind of private things that both those changes activate. But you're good as an earth sign, you're good. And second house is money, material situation. So this will start preoccupying you, but there'll be a big shift and change starting from February for of many Capricorn rising or sun or moon people in their financial situation. And because the new moon eclipse is about something new, and with the North Node, which is material to gain something, to get something. The North Node is a dragon that eats and takes and gets. So I think there will be like for some of your opportunity, and there will be another eclipse this year on this axis, and next year there will be four eclipses in Aquarius, Leo. So you have a year and a half for those new themes that start from February to fully unfold, but like a new opportunity for money can appear, new opportunity to change your financial situation, new opportunity for investments out of the blue. Or maybe sometimes it's through a crisis, something happens financially that makes you quickly reorient yourself in the direction and to change tracks, as I said. And there is this here, the North Node eclipse in the second house is about resourcefulness, finding yourself, being more resourceful, finding resources, you creating wealth as well. So you're creating a new source of income or a new source of maybe investing some in an opportunistic way. Aquarius is very opportunistic. So is the North Node, which is causing the eclipse. And Venus and Mercury is being born also in the second house of yours, which is rare, very rare to have Venus, the most beautiful planet, becoming visible after 40 days of not being visible because it's too close to the sun. Now it becomes visible in your second house, the birth of Aphrodite, like Botticelli's painting, you've seen it coming from the ocean. So beautiful event, which shows beautiful developments in the second house. And the eclipse there at the same time says, well, there will be very important new beginnings, kind of fated. So they can be the birth of new financial opportunities for some of you, the birth of new resources that come, or the birth of new sense of self-worth, that you consider yourself more worthy, because second house on the spiritual level is your self-worth. And so this way, when you correct and balance your self-worth to be the right one, when you boost it, you start attracting also things that are more aligned with your self-worth. Maybe like a promotion at your job, higher prices, something, or gains of some sort as well. And second house is also the house of eating. What do we eat? So for some of it can be a big shift in the way you eat that will unfold over the next year and a half. Like suddenly your tastes change, you start preferring to eat something else, or you try a different way of eating and you want to revolutionize eclipses. And it's a fast change. It's Aquarius after all. It's sudden changes. How you eat, and sometimes you might be forced into that, but you'd very quickly and you'd like it. For some of you might be stopping sugar, for others might be doing more natural foods, adding more fruits, more vegetables. For others might be eliminating meat, or for, whatever the need is, you'll be trying something new very likely. If not with this eclipse in Aquarius, then at least in the next one, which is again in February, new moon eclipse next year. So you have like a 2-year window basically to change your self-worth, circumstances about your finances to start changing, and like new opportunities appearing there, and to even changes in your family, as I said, as your support system, in your resourcefulness, and also how you eat. Plus, second house is your smile, and it's your vision as well. There might be some important changes starting to happen with your vision. I mean, hopefully for good, but you never know. But and teeth is the second house. What we put in the mouth, how we eat, and the teeth, the voice. So there might be some changes, surprises there. The birth of some of you. It's great when Venus is being born in your second house to do some teeth work, especially one that is about making beautiful teeth. Like, for example, I chipped my front teeth. You can extend them a little bit, but I'm not Capricorn, so it's not in my second house. But Venus being born, the planet of beauty in your second house, is either by beautiful objects and something that you've always wanted, like a beautiful ring or shoes or some valuable, might be piece of art, might be beautiful clothes that Venus being born there in Mercury is can bring you something valuable, beautiful, can be beautifying your face. Second house is face, like beautiful face procedures that you start a beautiful routine about your face. beautifying, or your teeth as well, aesthetic work. And Mercury and Venus being born in the second house is also about like maybe doing some new budgeting or investing in something that will give you long-term returns after that. If there is something that appears that's needed as an investment to put money into, and I think you should do it especially in the first 2 weeks with Mercury and Venus being born there. Or you can do Mercury is a very good manager, organizer in the second house of finances and practical matters to organize something, to rebudget, to make some plan fantastic about it, or maybe some new idea and business project that will increase finances for you as well. To begin, it's good. That's the first 2 weeks, very auspicious for that. Or to start, as I said, some beauty or learning to cook or learning to make a bread. Second house is cooking as well. Learning to read about such stuff, food and so on. Maybe starting a garden of some sort is again positive for that. But Mercury goes retrograde at the end of the month, the last 7 days, so from the 20th to the 28th, in your third house here. So third house is communication. There might be some miscommunications, and it's retrograde till the 20th of March. So you have to be a bit more careful that it's not like a broken phone. You say something, people misunderstand you, they didn't heard you, they didn't do like you said, or you misunderstanding them. Or maybe you might need to bring out and discuss some things from the past that need to be addressed, that were buried under the carpet, and then need to come to the surface now to be talked about. Or maybe you're reminiscing about the past, talking about the past, reading about, or maybe connecting with friends from the past or relatives, or visiting places from the past from the end of February. Otherwise, it's not ideal the last, from the end of February, the last 7 days and the first 20 days of March to do new trips to new places, or buying new cars, or buying new phones, or buying new communication devices, unless they're maybe like refurbished ones. Or if you travel, be prepared for surprises, delays, or confusions with, you know, reservations if you're okay, or travel to places you've been to before, because retrograde is to revisit something. Or you might be asked to work on some project that you have to edit, redo. Third house is mental work, written, spoken, communications. Maybe meetings will be delayed, or if you're like, oh, you have an appointment, well, it falls through. Just know that this will be the theme as any Mercury retrograde around the third, no, from the third week, the last week of February and the first 20 days of March. But still, it doesn't mean don't do anything, hide under a rock. Just you have to be more careful because more mistakes happen during that time. Plus, Mercury is making sextile to you. So it's very good of recapping on old skills and taking some project and finish that and finishing it, whether it's written, spoken, correcting something on your work or social media, or taking some old project and fluffing it up, making it nicer, redoing it, bringing it out again, like I'm doing with my Saturn and Neptune courses that I did last year. They each one had like 1,000 people get them. People love it. Saturn is $20, Neptune is $20. What does it mean to have Saturn in Aries? How it's gonna impact you? For example, for you it will square you. In the video I speak exactly what will happen. Or if you have Venus in Aries, or you have Venus in Aquarius, like many Capricorns can have, Saturn will trine you, Neptune will trine you. It's another story than a square. And what it means, I give you stories, examples, what it means, and so on. And if you want to learn astrology with me, and don't forget, by the way, Jupiter is in your seventh house. We'll stay there. Very auspicious time to make partnerships continuously till July. Partnerships, business. So even this Mercury retrograde in the third house is good for business, especially working on some details, fixing some problems there, going back and maybe starting some old campaign, re-examining some contracts. There might be certain delays, yes, from the end of February and first 20 days of March with travels, with documents, with papers, with working in a team, with some business transactions and communications. But Jupiter is making a trine constantly to Neptune, to Mercury. So whatever corrections you do, they'll be for the better. And it will be best, And that's also like till July, fantastic if you're single to get married or something good to come to you from your partner or from creating a partnership. So keep this in mind. This is your blessing here. So thank you so much, Capricorn. Join me for 3 months course on progressions. We learn how to map out the whole life. Maybe, from your 20s to your 40s, most of the planets will be in fire for you. So this is your most active years, or maybe you have them from your 50s to your 70s, planets in fire by progressions. That's when you become most active. While from your 20s to 40s, you have everything in water. Maybe that's when you're more subdued and more private. It's incredible, the best predictive tool, which maps out the astro, the psychological influences for you and the external events. When you get married, when you relocate, progressions always show the big, big events. Thank you. Join me. It's 30% discount if you'd like to learn with me. And congratulations, Saturn Neptune cycle from Capricorn is ending, but a new direction in life is coming. Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, February 2026. Aquarius, eclipse in your sign. After 9 years of no eclipses, or 8 years of no eclipses in your sign, it's that time again. Actually, the last time you had eclipses in Aquarius was 2017, 18. Me as an Aquarius, that's when I had my two pregnancies. Eclipses are fated events. Ba-ba. But actually, the really last time it was similar eclipses with the North Node, because eclipses can be caused by the North Node or by the South Node. And the North Node is about more like getting stuff. South Node is more about releasing certain roles, making space. But both are about eclipses in your sign, are about basically transformations. Eclipses are symbolized in ancient astrology by snakes eating the sun or dragons. And this is, or the moon. And this is about shedding your old skin and putting on new skin. And the last time we had eclipses exactly with the North Node, which is the North Node of the moon, basically, we talk. It was in 2008, 2009. There was a new beginning in your life that's starting. And the eclipses in Aquarius will be about 2 years, this 2026 and 2027. So now the later born Aquarius will feel it the most. The transformation starts intensely. Those that are in the last 5 degrees, let's say, of Aquarius, from 25 to 30, because the eclipse is at 28 degrees. They'll have those people with sun, moon, or ascendant in those last 5 degrees of Aquarius will have their life change totally in a new direction. I remember when I had 2008, the same type of eclipse on my ascendant. I moved from one type of life, 2008, 2009 was the one. I started a new relationship. I moved to a new place that year, and I started my astrology. And I moved from working, I lost my job, and I moved from working in nightclubs, restaurants to astrology. So, wow, talk about transformations. So, yes, it can turn your life upside down, and sometimes it happens quite shocking and surprising because the Rahu eclipses, the North Node eclipses, they're a bit of a shock. Like, for example, I lost my job during that time. Suddenly I was cut off and I was not allowed to work, documents, I was an immigrant, whatever. And the only thing I could do was start my own business. So it put me on that journey, basically. And so you see eclipses there are incredibly in your sign, can be sometimes like it can shake up the foundations of your life and out of the blue in a shock, but it's always eclipse wants to realign you to the right path for you. Because an eclipse in your sign, it's like if you're trained, you're running your life is your train, and you've gone off the route that your soul planned for you. If you have, then an eclipse is like this derailing of the train, putting it on the right path. And it can be abrupt, it can shake, But it's even if you're kind of like, oh, fear, what's happening? I'm not certain about the future. I'm scared, or like out of the blue, it is for good. Know that you're being put on your dharmic path, the path you're meant to walk. The first house is the path you're meant to walk. If it's on your sun, those last degrees might be a big shift in your career. If it's your moon in your personal life, in your relationships, if it's your ascendant in Aquarius, especially the last 5 degrees, 10 degrees even, the whole path of your life. So your whole identity, the role that you're playing, it's like a new role is coming from you. The North Node is like you need to put on a new snake suit. And sometimes with North Node eclipses, it's like fake it, you make it. Almost like North Node eclipses, they throw you into the deep without you knowing how to swim, so you can learn to swim there. This is the North Node eclipses. New moon is something new because it's a new moon eclipse. So some new beginnings, powerful new beginnings. So some Aquarians will be thrown in, and the later and the earlier born Aquarius, maybe in 2027 when the eclipses will be in the earlier degrees. But you already can feel from this eclipse, even the earlier born Aquarians like me, that it's a new path, that a new role is, that even if you're unwilling for this role, even if you feel you're not ready, often with North Node eclipses, new moon North Node eclipses, like, oh, I'm not ready for that. Like I was not ready to be a parent. I was like, no. Or I was not ready to start my own business in the last time there was eclipse right on my ascendant. I was not ready. I didn't know anything about it. I've never been educated. I had to learn it by experimenting. The North Node Rahu likes to experiment, and by faking it. So fake it till you make, or learn to do it there. Whatever new circumstances enter your life now, you might be pulled in quickly. And many times, if it's your over your sun in those degrees, might be a promotion, a new career path, a new development with your father figure or important male figures in your life. Or like my husband had eclipse on his sun. And I was like, is he going to start a new career or something? He did eventually, within the 2 years of eclipses there, he did. But it was the right after the eclipse, it was his father. North Node eclipse, his father has always been had a fisherman. Suddenly he said, I'm selling all my businesses, I'm getting married. And my husband was like, what? His dad went off the deep end, like totally changed his lifestyle, started doing yoga, decided to marry someone 20 years younger than him, sold his businesses. I'm like, okay, I was expecting my husband to, do something, change career with eclipse on his sun. It was the dad, because the sun is also the dad. So sometimes it was a surprise from other people in our life, even though we're Aquarius sun or moon, can be your mom or your wife or a close friend that makes a big change, female friend. The ascendant is usually you. Change in your health direction, lifestyle change when eclipse on your sun, moon, or ascendant. But because it's with the North Node, you gain something, and it's something bold and new, and it's something more experimental. And you become more daring, more adventurous, even a bit reckless. Rahu in Aquarius is reckless, but North Node eclipses, they love Aquarius because Aquarius is wild and the North Node eclipses. North Node loves, eclipses are wild. Aquarius is willing to kind of sometimes throw everything and try something new. So the energy is really jive, but which means that the amplitude is bigger. It's like sudden. But yeah, are you ready for this new chapter? Are you ready for this new? For me, thankfully, it's a bit later, but it's making opposition to my moon. Maybe I'll be thrown into a new chapter as well with you from February, March onwards. Um, and hold on to your life, buckle up your seatbelts. Here comes the. And of course, be careful those last degrees about your health when there is big shifts in life, like eclipses show realignment to fated directions. There is also big the health can suffer, even if it's good stuff. That it's a shock, the shock of the newness. Plus, there can be new beginnings if it's your moon there, maybe becoming a parent, maybe something about the place you live. If it's your moon, can be about relationships. For me, on the ascendant was about a relationship. Eclipses on the axis of the first and seventh house, or the moon sign as well, Or also the sun sign. When I had eclipses on my sun sign, I got married. So ancient texts say if your Aquarius moon or Aquarius rising, and there is eclipse in your first house or seventh house, you can meet fated personal partners, like marriage partners, get married, or business partners, people that are important in your life enter, or people, it's basically the fated relationships, even children and stuff like that. So if you have especially the last degrees of Aquarius, that's it begins for you. But even the early degrees of Aquarius, look how many planets are in Aquarius. So now I speak about all Aquarius. In February, especially the first 2 weeks, wow, it's about initiating, starting new things. You would get more energy, you'd get more activation. If it's your sun in Aquarius, sun coming back to its position, it's revival, happy birthday, it's renewal, new ideas come to you around that time. You initiate new projects. Even with Aquarius rising, you can initiate new projects always around February. I get a new idea and I initiate something new. First house, new beginnings. Good time to start. Mars is also in your sign the whole month. Exercise, guys, exercise, move your bums. It's activate. And if you want to start new, or Venus and Mercury are being born in Aquarius. Actually, the last 10 degrees of Aquarius really feel it and it's beneficial. It's happening in the first 2 weeks, the first 10 days, particularly in February. Venus has been invisible for 40 days and Mercury for something like a month because they were too close to the sun. We can't see them with the eyes. Now they're moving away from the sun. They're ahead of the sun. The sun is behind them a bit. And they're becoming both visible around the same time, towards the last degrees of Aquarius, at the first 10 days of February. This is very auspicious. The birth of a planet, it's been represented. I keep saying this in every video, so you realize how important is the birth of Venus. It disappears once every 18 months or a year and a half for 40 days, the longest time it disappears. And when it's reborn, it gets reborn in different signs. It gets reborn for, right now, the last time it was reborn in Aquarius was possibly 8 years ago. Again, around the time of eclipses in the sign of Aquarius. So interesting correspondence. The cycle of Venus is 8 years to repeat the same thing of eclipses is 9 to 9 years, at least in the same sign. So the birth of Venus there, very beautiful. It's been depicted as the birth of Aphrodite from Botticelli, from the sea, in the seashell. It's not only beautiful as art, it's beautiful event astrologically. And they can be the birth of something beautiful, some good news. Mercury is news. It's being born. Venus is the birth of some new convenience or help or support to you. Venus rules the birth of your fourth house, something to do with the family, positive, developing, because it's the ruler of the fourth house in the first house. Or the birth is the rule of the ninth house, the birth of new knowledge, the birth of some teaching or learning project. You can start learning something new, teaching, or you can start the birth of it's the luckiest planet for Aquarius. And to be born, to become visible in our sign, it's a great honor. And it brings us luck. The ruler of the ninth house is luck. It brings us insight, perspective, aligning things aligning as they should be. And the fourth house is the house of happiness as well, one of the houses of happiness. Might be good the birth of property or real estate for some of you, or some opportunities. The ninth house, Venus is the ruler. So if you also want to start any new project, now is the time. Especially the first 2 weeks of, actually till because of the birth of Venus and Mercury, maybe bring out Mercury is like a business project, start it or work on it, or writing, speaking, media work. Venus is anything to do with fashion, with beauty, to make yourself beautiful, beauty. Like many times, I rarely go to the hairdresser, you could see. I never do facials, but whatever I do a facial, I realize, let me check where Venus is. It's either on my sun sign, it's either on my ascendant in Aquarius, or it's in my moon sign. Maybe 3 times per year I'll do something beautiful for to beautify myself or to pamper myself or to have a massage. But it's gonna be wonderful for such things for you, Aquarians. Do them. You deserve them. Maybe they can be the birth of love for you. Venus is the planet of love for some of you, especially with an eclipse in your sign. Remember, eclipses can bring fated relationship, or you can just become more loving or more attractive. Venus is attractive. You can become more zen. Oh, well, Mars is also there. It will give you energy to initiate, to act, to do physically active. It can even feel a bit overwhelming. So many things in your sign. Eclipses, Venus, Mercury, Pluto, Mars. Blah, blah. It is intense, you know. But it's important month for you. It activates you to get things done. To maybe you won't do all those things together, but you'll do one thing. You start moving more. You start a new project. You start a new beginning in your life. You start a new way to look on an adventure to change your appearance, first house, especially if it's your ascendant. You can start a new relationships with the moon and the ascendant as well. So I don't know which one of those it will be. I really need to know your specific horoscope. But exciting times, very activating for initiating to get you moving, to get your life more busy, to make an impact. And by the way, you have more free will now as well, because the first house is the beginnings. The beginnings, you're the first house. So we have least free will when planets are here, when they're completing a cycle. We see the results of our previous actions. But now everything is here in Aquarius. So free will to give the direction of events into the direction you want. Like, so influence it as much as possible so you can get the best results. And maybe in a year or two from now, you'll be reaping the rewards from those initial steps that you made now. Now, the other big event that we need to talk about is the epochal, the once in a lifetime Saturn conjunct Neptune, maybe twice in a lifetime, but never in Aries again in your life. The last time Saturn joined Neptune in Aries was the year 1701. So unless you know, unless you're a vampire, you've never experienced this thing before. Oh, you experienced it in a past lifetime, but big deal, you don't remember it. So it will be like never before, you know? Life will change like never before. Actually, the last time Saturn and Neptune joined and they initiated a 36-year cycle, which means like a background development, even if they're not constant, you're not constantly experiencing it for 36 years. Every time planets activate Capricorn, the theme of Saturn Neptune will be activated. So it was like an ongoing story for you. Some of you were born after 1989, so they're born into this energy. Others, like me, have had all their adult life that I remember at least under this influence. So I don't remember life any different than that. And this is ending. And we've had it in 12th house, which is not the easiest house in astrology. It's right behind us. You see, we're Aquarius. This is the first house. The 12th house is the last house. It's karmic, two very karmic planets there, Saturn and Neptune. Two very karmic planets. And I had to learn karmic planets is like you don't really control much things. Even though we Aquarians are very independent and we go towards that, but for years we were this, even though it wasn't everything, but this underlying energy that 12 houses powers beyond us, the invisible forces, ancestors, whether it's you call ancestors, demons, angels, spirits as well. So we were a lot more under the influence of such invisible forces than we were under the control of our own will. You see, for many years. And we might have had, like I had, totally different plans for my life. And 12th house, your ancestors or your guardian angels or your karma, the invisible forces or your demons say, no, you'll be doing something else. You'll be an astrologer. What? I'm like, I don't want to be an astrologer. Now I love it. Uh, you and it's like almost things like you're a bit like a puppet. We've been for the last 36 years with Saturn, Neptune there, like invisible forces, ancestral, whatever, or were directing our life. And like we had to learn, but it taught us one thing to go with the flow and to accept and to know that God always will take you to the best place that's for you. This is the one thing I learned from Saturn and Neptune in the 12th house, and to know that you're not always in control. But now this lesson is ending. Pluto, the planet of control, is already in Aquarius. So for the next 36, no, for the next at least 20 years, Pluto there, and the cycle of Saturn and Neptune ending, starting a new cycle. We'll learn that we have a lot more control. We'll take our power back and we'll be more in control. I also struggled for almost most of my life with addictions. Now, currently, social media addiction. Before it was cigarettes, before it was drinking, before it was even drugs when I was in my 20s or late teenage. So I've gone through all possible addictions you can go. Thankfully, this is ending and I feel it. I don't have the compulsions anymore. So sometimes things, that's ending. Power, back to you. Power, or you learn how to have this power. So many planets in the first house, and new roles are appearing for us with those eclipses for the next 2 years. New power, North Node in the first house, and eclipses is about independence, you ruling your life, you controlling it, feeling in full control rather than something, whether it's your subconscious desires, whether it's your cravings, whether it's your uh, desire that you can't control them, that it's beyond you. And usually there are entities involved that, play with those chords. Oh, and also you might have had like some karmic duty or responsibility or sacrifice or in foreign countries. I spend a lot of time in foreign countries, so in spiritual topics and themes. But problem, anything 12th house ends now. Well, you had Saturn Pluto conjunction, a 30 years, 40-year cycle in 2020 in Capricorn. So these themes are still around there, but Saturn Pluto is iron will. So it's a lot more, it's not so sacrificial, hard to control like Saturn Neptune. So it's any a lot of things like maybe problems with sleep can end, maybe karmic, maybe stints in foreign places can end, or some responsibilities connected to giving or spending, or problems like sometimes 12 houses, sickness, addiction, sickness, being lost, these topics, and being confused, being lost, or being spiritually like a more vulnerability, a victim state can end. Feeling vulnerable, this ends, and Saturn and Neptune meet, and you've paid your dues for the collective subconscious, and the influences from past lifetimes end. So you become more and more independent, because 12th house is past lifetimes, so subconscious complexes and psychological, mental health issues can end. Those issues disappear, and the new phase of 36 years begins in your third house, way more supportive, way easier than the 12th house. Uh, well, I mean, if it just now your interests will shift, your problems will shift, the direction of your life will shift, and where you have to commit more and sacrifice and give more will shift, almost like some kind of mission in the third house that will unfold over the next 30 years. So you might have a role to play as the voice, as a speaker, as a communicator for years ahead. You might play some role that you organize your neighborhood or community around you, or you start working in teams of people, in groups, collaborate, because third house is small groups of people. You might have a mission or redirect yourself towards business, towards marketing, towards project. Third house is very business house, connecting with people, becoming some kind of a duty and responsibility with and to contribute as a message, bringing information, knowledge to others, or some new career even that starts in regards to media, content creation, administrative work, managing, marketing, or learning a lot of new skills as well over the next 2 years, in particular with Saturn there, mastering skills, even if they're difficult skills. Some of you might learn to, you know, I started this. I'm loving it. I'm loving learning new skills, even if it's difficult. Now, Saturn gives you the patience to persevere and to learn difficult skills that can become a source of blessings for you for many years, decades even ahead. So if you can learn something, the next 2 years, fantastic time. Learn difficult skills, um, mastering kind of your mind as well. The third house is the mind as well. And it's almost like a new thinking processes will appear for you. How you see yourself, how you perceive reality. Third house is that your everyday routines as well is the third house, how your days organized, your plans and schedules. And you can start on a mission to be a writer, to be a speaker, to be a communicator, uh, or business person. Third house is all of those things. To be an educator. Or you might be like the voice of something. I don't know, like some mission there, or you might be have a mission of doing something with people from your environment, getting involved with neighbors or your local environment. Or there might be the thing that you have to travel more for years ahead, more movability. For me, I think at least it's quite clear. This is about creating, teaching, communicating, social media. But also Saturn asks you and Neptune to eliminate, because they both are about releasing and letting go things that overburden your mind. For me, this is definitely social media. I'm like sometimes 8 hours on the phone. So fantastic for the next 2 years. You detach and let go of patterns, thinking patterns that are obsessive. You'd release also things that take third house is where your attention goes, and everyone now in business in the world is like they want to grab your attention. So you learn to guard your attention, and you learn to recognize what is wasting your attention, what is, and even like say what you read, you might be reading or watching on Instagram pictures that are too sexual, and then why do you feel horny and frustrated all the time? Whatever you let in through your eyes, through what you read, what you consume, becomes your everyday reality. So you put like a control, quality control about the information and what comes to you in your everyday environment. You'd rearrange your everyday environment. You would even rearrange the people in your life. You'd start, you'd prefer more serious people or people with more soul connection rather than wasting time. You'd eliminate time wasters. You'd even cut off some people like who you might think they're abusing, like siblings, relatives. There might be some problems with neighbors, and especially the next 2 years with relatives, with neighbors. So having some duty or responsibility towards them. There might be a test of your relationships as well. But you're asked to reorient yourself in towards such topics, learning new skills, uh, communications, being in contact with people, but learning how to select the right people around you as a team or as, social environment, or also as friends or in your immediate environment, and to be helpful, Neptune, to be helpful and kind, but also to have rules, Saturn, and to put certain barriers there as well. Some of you might have started on a new mission to develop some project, to develop some content, third houses, writing, speaking, written. And again, it's a lot about acquiring skills. So there you go, but it's much easier than the 12 house topics. So you'd have new mission for years ahead that is gradually starting to shape now. While the difficult topics of the 12th house, which is isolation, loneliness, addictions, struggling with your shadow, with your subconscious, or connections to past life, or maybe being more controlled, like you instead of having deciding how things should be, kind of, which for me it was also a beautiful experience because it was almost magical. Okay, I have these plans, they don't work out like I had them, but always I'm taken to a place that is even more interesting. But now it's all about taking initiative, taking the control, and kind of starting to plan your life, third house plan its schedules, and to work in that direction. Plus, third house is the house of desires, the things that you really want. And with Saturn Neptune conjunction there, you can really start towards fulfilling desires that you really want. It's a Kama house, not karma, Kama, which is desires, what to do the things we want to do. And when Saturn is there, they say that the efforts that we do, usually we get, there is a song, you don't always get what you want, but you get what you need. We've been having this till now. Now, from now on, because the 12th house is that, oh, you don't get what you want, but you get what you need. Those above know better. Third house is kind of very the opposite. That's why it's square the 12. You know what you want, you go after it, and you get what you want. So, but you have 30 years to unfold that. So, but especially the next 2 years are pivotal for laying those foundations. And last but not least, Mercury goes retrograde in your second house towards the 25th. Be careful with financial transactions the last week of February and the first 20 days of March. There might be some unexpected expenses as well. Uh, and just rebudget, refinance, you know, and maybe second house is valuables. Maybe be careful not to displace certain objects. And of course, the practical side of life, it's not going to be the most easy to control around that time. The financial, practical, routine side. But it's just normal Mercury retrograde. We do some financial changes there, but not risky. Rethink, re-strategize, re-budget, maybe. So thank you so much, Aquarius. If you'd like to learn astrology with me, we're starting a 3 to 4 months course. Once every 3 years, I do those about progressions, how to map out your whole life in front of you. This is the best predictive technique. It's my favorite one. For example, now I had everything in air sign for what, 10 years now. So I've been very into communications and so on. But from my mid 40s till my mid 60s, everything moves into water. So I'll become way more, it will change, softer, gentler, and so on. So it really shows, and it's very easy. You don't need to know much astrology, just the fundamentals, like what are the planets, what are the houses. It will be such a great adventure and exploration. We'll cover all possible combinations. So thank you very much. Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, February 2026. Pisces, the epochal Saturn-Neptune conjunction. And it is important for you. Why? Because you're Neptune. Saturn and Neptune meet once every 36 years. And they last met in 1989, 1990. And when your planet, your Neptune, because Neptune rules, meets with Saturn, it brings a totally new cycle in your life. A new direction, new chapter, new interest that will unfold over the next 3 decades. So it's not an immediate thing, but you as Pisces, I think you're way more sensitive than others, and you'd feel it already from February. That your interests will change, that your the problems that you had till now, maybe you had problems for many years, one and especially one and the same repeating problem. Because when Saturn joins you, it brings new set of things to work on and new things to correct. And sometimes those things take 36 years to repeat the same mistakes, or to keep having the same difficult results till the universe says, okay, you've learned your lesson enough. So something like that will finish, something you've been repeating all the time, or that's been consistently problematic in your life, that's been consistently in some, you know, consistently giving you some pain. It might be even a health problem. It might be a career problem or a love problem for you. I cannot specifically say the last conjunction was in your 11th house 36 years ago. Maybe you were born after that even. But because you're Neptune, it can be for many, many different things. And this, it's ending a lot of problems, or maybe even chapter of your life, career or relationship can end, but new one starts now. The new 36 cycle. Saturn, the planet of karma, and the planet that gives us the ability to manifest in a material way, to build, to embody, to materialize things, meets you. And it's like a new chapter to build different life for yourself. It might be to build different body, different vision, different career over the next 30 years. And they're meeting in your second house, but the late degree Pisces would also feel them. If you're born 28, 29, 30, 28, 29 degrees Pisces, sun, moon, it's like it's happening, or ascendant, like it's happening in your sign as well. It's at 0 degrees Aries. And it's gonna be like a new chapter for many Pisces. New direction, even new career, because Saturn is very much connected to career. But because it's happening in your second house, the second sign from Pisces, it will carry the connotation of a new financial situation. Maybe you start new business project or work project that will create a new financial path for you of independence. Second house Aries, it's to be independent, to be self reliant, to be self creative of your finances and resources. And it's ambitious sign. So you can, like, you're given a new mission there financially, some of you, to become independent or to find new sources of income over the next 2 years. Well, Saturn is there in the second house and the beginning unfolding of this Neptune Saturn. But it might be, for example, till the next time Saturn aspects Aries in 7 years that you start seeing the results, or in 14 years. So it's 36-year cycle. So this will be consistent theme where you're called to provide, or you're called to create financial independence, or to create something material and tangible, and to leave like a legacy. The second house is leaving a tangible material legacy to amass comforts and security. This will become a huge effort for you and a huge focus, and you'll be able to create it. New stability in life. It's part of your soul chose, like, okay, this 36-year cycle, I will master and unfold like abundance or stability financially, how to master matter, how to master budgeting, finances. I'll become perfect at it, and I might even have a mission to teach others and to educate them. Plus, second house is not just money, but some new beginnings there beginning for you, whether it's crypto, money, valuables, investing, understanding how to invest as well as the second house. So you create value and you create stability. But it's also, second house is the house of manufacturing, producing something tangible. Products might, some of you might start, okay, I'm gonna make a new line of juices. I'm gonna make a new line of clothes. I'm gonna make a new line of jewelry. Second house rules all of those tangible, movable assets. Gonna make a new line of toys, I don't know, something, or of semiconductors. It's about producing as well. If you want anything like that, you might get like idea to create something tangible. Second house is food, restaurants as well. You might enter into a mission of responsibility, creating food. And there is this imaginative aspect of Neptune, sacrificial and inspired, and the hard work of Saturn. Might be like creating food, or having a restaurant, or mastering to bake and make bread and teaching it to others. So any of those industries over the next 3 decades, you can really have a mission there of some sort. And Saturn can create wealth for you because Saturn rules the 11th house and the 12th house, wealth and expenses, money and expenses. So there can be a bit of more, both that you can experience, especially over the next 2 years. Extra expenses, but also learning how to generate income, higher income, which and products possibly tangible, which the wider society wants, because the 11th house is what society wants, the trends right now. You have like Saturn is your money planet there, going in the second house of money. So maybe learning to do some products that are needed by society and so on. Also, if you've had problems with friends and social circles, the Saturn-Neptune cycle in your 11th house finishes, comes into the second house. You'll be a lot more focused now into family stability, taking responsibility of what is yours, and kind of good guardianship of what is yours, whether it's your family or whether it's your valuables. This is where you can shine. Some of you can shine in investments. Some of you can shine in becoming a dentist. Second house rules teeth or face, or beauticians. anything to do with the five senses, like color therapist. The second house is eyes, the cure, the five senses, someone about making perfumes, smells, eyes, glasses makers, teeth, dentistry, beautifying, someone who makes makeup as well. You might have a mission, or at least, even if it's not like your mission, your interests can rearrange towards such more tangible things, and being proactive there and doing something about in that area. Tangible, beauty, art, the senses, and so on. But as a whole, I think Pisces will definitely have like a rehaul change of what a lot of the issues you've had. And by the way, Saturn and Neptune are both coming out of your sign. This is the biggest, best news. Neptune left in January, and it was there for 14 years from you, from since 2012. For you, coming to my sign now. Thank you for giving the baton. Oof. Uh, so you'd have a lot more clarity from now on. Saturn was in your sign for the last 3 years. It was tough. Saturn crushes, can be very crushing, lots of responsibilities, duties, but it also organized you, made you mature, be more serious, take your health more seriously, be aware of time and prioritize the activities and the things that are most important, cut waste, cut wastefulness and time wasting, realizing that life is finite, and this organizes us, of course, makes us more responsible. Sometimes some losses we experience with Saturn, Neptune was in your sign. It's finishing, guys. It's finishing. A lot of hard problems are finishing. But also, I think you're really well structured by Saturn in the last 3 years. Got yourself together, but you did a lot of hard work. My brother is Pisces. He was like, he just really sacrificed and gave everything of himself in the last few years to develop his career path, and he still is not seeing results. But now with Saturn and Neptune moving into your second house, the hard work is finished. The blockages are finished. The tests are finished. You're going to start seeing more and more results gradually. And now you'd monetize whatever new beginnings you did. You learn to monetize them over the next 2, 3 years, or maybe a new chapter in your life, just becoming much lighter and easier. So, I mean, it's amazing. You definitely feel light. Things will start improving for you. And we have an eclipse in your 12th house. Eclipses are moving away from your sign. Well, there'll be another one in Pisces in Virgo in 2026, the last eclipses. So you're still under the influence of transformation, shedding your old skin, new roles entering your life. A very dynamic period for Pisces. It's been in the last year, very dynamic and very intense as well. But yeah, there is the new eclipses are starting in your 12th house, which doesn't fully affect you unless you have a planet. Many Pisces can have planets in Aquarius, like Venus or Mercury. And eclipse, and especially if you have Venus or Mercury or some other planets in Aquarius in the last 5 degrees, from 25 to 30, eclipse there can really change your life there. Maybe your love life, if it's over your Venus, your financial situation with new opportunities, if it's Venus. If it's Mercury, your work, your social environment, your ideas as well. So it can be a big impact, but otherwise, if you don't have planets there, eclipse in the 12th house, it's about becoming, and it's saying for the next year and a half, you need to start taking more breaks, resting, allowing yourself more relaxation, allowing yourself, because you had it hard with Saturn in the first house. It was pressure on your work, responsibilities. And I was like, it's okay also to disengage. The eclipse there says it's okay to disengage from the invisible worlds, from the material world, sometimes to take breaks, and even starting to have more holidays. 12 houses, go to faraway countries, retreats, hotels, holistic kind of meditative practices, resting or sleeping more, going to spas. This is all 12th house. And or even starting some business in regards to hotels, to initiating something in a foreign country, in a spiritual practices, sleep, sleep education. There's such things. Focusing more on in the invisible worlds, learning mystical, mysterious things. Maybe your subconscious will be very active, especially the first 2 weeks. A lot of dreaming, a lot of uh, even insights in your dreams about your needs and about the direction in your life. Intuition really increases with an eclipse day in the 12th house. Really increases, even kind of like connecting spiritually and getting some downloads from the invisible realms. All of this is very possible during the 12th house. Activities are just going to a foreign country, something like that. So starting, like my husband had for the first time left his home country, the States, when he had eclipse, after an eclipse in his 12th house and the North Node eclipse. It gives you access to faraway places and so on. Or if not, like to spiritual dimensions and mystical themes. But you might feel more tired, so it's okay to rest till the 20th of February. After that, the more planets start moving into your sign. The middle of the month, Venus moves to your sign, Mercury, the Sun, around the 17th, 18th, moves to your sign. And so you start becoming more active. The last 2 weeks of the month, you're way more proactive. You get out of the small escapist states, and you kind of focus more on reality. But yeah, the first 2 weeks might be good, especially the first 10 days, to take a break, to go somewhere on holiday, even to rest more, to work with a psychologist, to explore the invisible, just spend more time alone, reading, working behind the scenes on something. And then you can start new beginnings the last 10 days of the month when planet starts moving into your first house. But Mercury goes retrograde on the 26th, 27th, 25th, 26th in your sign and will be retrograde all the time in Pisces till the 20th of March. So everything Mercury retrograde, you'd feel it the strongest about all signs this from the last week of February and the first 20 days of March. So maybe seeing people, Mercury rules your seventh house, people you haven't seen from a while will get in touch with you, you'll get in touch with them, but very likely they'll connect. You'll see some people from your past, or even relationship from a past can contact you, or friends, or you know, or relatives or family, because Mercury also rules your fourth house of family, home, and relationships. You can reconnect with them, or maybe you'd have to lead some important conversations with partners, business or personal, or family, and loved people about changing the rules, or because you're shifting a lot with this epochal conjunction, and you might have to speak with them and decide and explain how you feel. Maybe something that wasn't said in a more intimate way has to be brought up now and expressed if you're unhappy and how you want things to change. So there might be some important discussions that have to happen. But also, oh, the other things of Mercury retrograde, be a bit more careful, displacing things, saying things that might hurt others, taking things too personally. But Mercury retrograde periods are exactly for correcting mistakes from the past that were not addressed, or things that bother you. Sometimes bringing up the past in a relationships, it's not always the most pleasant. You remember when you did this 5 years ago and you looked at this girl or texted her, whatever. So yeah, these topics can come, or it might be about finishing editing some project, you know, having to rethink some project and to see that it can be done differently. Maybe something is not working as you want, so you have to reimagine it, rethink it, redo it, correct it. It can be frustrating. You're like, oh, I wanted it this way. Well, or maybe you have plans to do something and the plans don't turn out as they're supposed to. But the good thing is that usually by the time Mercury turns direct and you've made those corrections, you realize that it's better this way and that there was an alternative way to do it. So often, retrograde planet in our sign helps us see that there is an alternative way to do things. And yes, there might be the disruption of some relationships. With Mercury retrograde in my sign years ago, right on my sun sign, it was when I kind of the whole business thing, administrative side of my website broke down. And I was like, what? And over the 2, 3 weeks of Mercury retrograde, I realized that I can automate it. I don't have to do it by hand because I actually stopped relationship with someone who was doing all this by hand. And I was so worried. And I said, like, so you can break up some relationships with Mercury retrograde there, especially more business ones, even if it's personal. If you realize that it's incorrigible, it cannot be corrected, you can change it. And sometimes you end certain relationships, or sometimes you discuss stuff and you improve them. So you feel more fair. Both sides feel more fair. And yeah, and you can do the corrections. And I was so glad for that Mercury retrograde. It freed me from someone I really didn't want in my life. And it helped me, automate everything and change the processes, how things are done. So Mercury is great like that, finds mistakes and changes them. But yeah, it's more easy to make mistakes during that time, the last week of February, the first 20 days of March. So always double check, especially matters about numbers, documents, papers, communications, kind of more practical and details, stuff like that. But it can also mean just like you're taking more of you know, a walk down memory lane, sometimes Mercury retrograde. All right. And rethinking, seeing things from a different perspective. So this is it. And don't forget, no matter what, Jupiter is trining you till July. You're protected physically. It's in your fifth house of luck. So you're definitely there luckier than normal. And romance can come, love can come, creativity, inspiration, having more fun and new hobbies and joy. So this is the way you manage everything else that's happening. But yeah, March, even though you have a February, you have retrograde Mercury the last week, you'd start getting more and more energy. The sun enters your sign, Venus enters your sign from the middle of the month. You'd feel more relaxed, more beautiful, more pleasant things in your life as well. But the big thing is the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. So yeah, this is it, Pisces. Be blessed. A new age, a new era comes into your life. And if you'd like to learn with me astrology, progressions, how to predict the big life cycles, I'm doing a 3-month course. It's very easy. You don't need to know much astrology. I will teach you the easy way. I don't like complicated things. I like simple things. I'm a simple person. And I don't like complex astrology methods, very simple, and I like very quick solutions. So that's how my astrology works, quick solutions, quick ways to predict the future, and progressions map out big chunks of life. For example, maybe in your 30s, most of your planets move into Earth signs. So you're gonna be a lot more stable, material, grounded financially. Or maybe in your 70s, most of your planets move to Earth signs. So that's when you're gonna have material stability. So it's amazing to see big chunks of life like that and to predict specific events as well. So I'll teach you how to do it. It's 30% off if you get on the course now. It starts in March. It will be live, but you'll get the recordings. So even if you can't be present, you can have this course for 30% off. Thank you.